sacrifice without your blood. All this you did for me. Lift it up. No throne without a crown. There's no sacrifice without your blood. All this you did for me. No me without you. Say no throne without a crown.
Yes. And I think so we will continue to acknowledge as we move. And online too, we have Dr. Reverend Paul Abozda. I'm sure, yes, online. We have it online. We also have Prof. Stephen Tebley online. So we will continue to acknowledge most of us as we go on. We also have Dr. AC. Dr. AC is also here, one of our coordinators and organizers. Yes. And most of our designer, Mr. Paul, is also here. So Ambidia is also here. Yes, we also have Mr. George Ajin. These are the registration. So we continue to acknowledge most of as we move ahead. I don't know what our expectation. Let's say one or two people. Sugar, so what do you expect? What do you expect?
So I'm Clement. And
So Clement from
KNUST.
KNUST, yes. Yes.
So I just started learning R this year, somewhere January, and then I'm somewhere in an intermediate. So I came to join just to understand how we can apply the usage of R in our field of studies and research. So today, I'm expecting a lot.
Okay. Thank you. Any other? Yes, any other? I think one. Oh, we have few ladies. There's only any other expectation? Don't have any expectation.
Gloria Bob Miller.
Okay.
I'm happy you said any other lady. So my expectation is subsequent R, every member in this room should come with another lady.
Exactly. Thank you. Exactly. Yes. So and then we also have Dr. Ebenezer. If you are here. Okay, yes. It's also here. So okay, so as we await our presenters, we also have in our midst Dr. John Eji. Dr. John, oh, you're welcome. Yes, so we have a lot of prominent members in our midst. Yes.
Right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm somebody who is not into quantitative. I consider myself as a qualitative guy, but my contact with Francis is changing. So today I've come for better exposure. It's me to add. Thank you.
That's great. It's really great. So we are hoping that by the end, we will all be exposed to R, know what R is at least. And those that we are advanced level, we were able to take as beginners alongside. Okay. So I think we have to start. So our first speaker is the happy to be the founder and research scientist for the Ghana R research community. It's also an international independent statistical consultant. So for the past years, that's what he has been doing. He's been playing and working around with R for most of his work. So he worked with some organizations like KNUST International and the TS Foundation and Relive UK. So I'm very happy to welcome Mr. Francis Mensah to open the floor for us as we start the conference. Yes.
Okay, good morning, everyone. You are welcome to our maiden conference, the Ghana Research Group Conference. And I would like to acknowledge Dr. Napoleon and the team for helping us to co-organize this. It's not easy. It hasn't been easy. I know we've been fighting up and down and issues of accommodation and stuff. We are really sorry for that. Yesterday, we slept around 12 trying to fix accommodation issues. Yeah, so without much ado, I will just start the presentation. So I'm here to give an overview of what Ghana R user community is all about. And also are we talking about some of the workspaces that we have. So let me just start. So as we said, my name is Francis Mensah. I'm the founder and data scientist for Ghana R user community. So our principal activity, so Ghana R community, so this is our principal activities. We organize meetup. So recently we just registered a meetup account. So meetup account is an account that all our users meet up on it. Then we have discussions and we have workshops on it. So we even posted it on the conference page. We'll be making good use of the meetup accounts and workshops. We also do training and capacity building on R. So we have a WhatsApp group page that we do it every month. So those of you who are on the page, I think you see our activities that we are doing. And then we are planning to do also our in-person, our first ever in-person workshop at Tamale, which that will be communicated soon. And also we do collaborative projects. So as of now, we have partners and stakeholders. Recently, we had one partner from Kumasi University with their research team. Dr. John is here. We are collaborating with them to do more trainings on R on their campus. We are also collaborating with R Consortium. So R Consortium, I will talk about it when I go down there. And also we also collaborate with Use R and also the other African countries. We also do collaboration with them. There are times that I've been invited to give talks for them. I think one was with Egypt R user community, Botswana, Johannesburg. I was privileged to give them a talk on R. And when it comes to the hackathon and the competition, actually we started that one, but by the grace of God, as Dr. Napoleon and his team are with us, we are praying that we'll do more of that in Tamale. And then we do online forums and social media. We also do guest lectures and webinars. We have network opportunities. So what we do is that we have a platform called Slack. So when you join that platform, all our users across the world, we are all there. So at times we network, we give job opportunities to each other. We do joint projects. So before the conference ends, I will share those links to you to join, for you to join for free. And then you can have access to them. And then we are still trying to create awareness of the usage of R. In our universities, I think we don't use much of the R. We are only centered on SPSS and then Stata. But now we want to make R, let me just say household name. We want everybody to use R. And there are lots of things that you can actually use R for. You can even use R to create a CV. When you use the R Markdown, you can use to create a CV for yourself. You can use R to do a lot of things, to do cartoons. They are the coding aspect. And we also have the data scientist aspect, where you can also do qualitative and quantitative analysis with R. So we'll get there. So let me just go. So who are we? Ghana R user community. So Ghana R user community, we are offshores of the R user group. So initially, we were the R user group. So with when it comes to this R user group, internationally, when one wants to operate the R community, you have to operate it within a city. So we have this city R user community. So if you go online, you will see Johannesburg, you see the cities, the capital cities of the countries. That is what initially we're using to operate. And we are still using it. But then we want to create a hub for all R users in Ghana. So that's why we have this R user community. So it was started by him. So it was started by Amit Kohli. So he started it in Accra. But then this thing has to do with monetary things. So he couldn't continue. So he left it. So we took it from him to just rebrand it. Okay, so it did not sustain itself. So it was revived in 2019 by Francis, myself, and Pastor Samuel Tando is here. So we revived it. And then later on, Dr. Paul, Reverend Father Dr. Paul Akboza also joined, and we registered it with the Registrar General. So if you're operating a business in Ghana, you need to register it. Initially, we were just doing it for just to help people. But then they told us that we have to register. If only we need support or funding, we have to register so that they can send us money to run it. So this is our registration code. Once you click on the code, Registrar General will give you the details on that. So Ghana Register Community was founded based on the need for a national core group that will in turn support creation of city user groups. So regarding the city user group, we have about 14 city user groups in Ghana here. We have Tamale, we have Koforidua, Lamte is here, Ebenezer. He is the founder for the city group for Koforidua. And then we have Takwa, that's Dr. Albert Abuaben. He is managing there. So I think with that one, Pastor Samuel will talk more on that when he comes to give the presentation. So legally, we are registered as a non-profit organization in Ghana here. So our mission and our vision, so to provide a platform for R software enthusiasts and coordinate city R communities. So as I said, from after this conference, will be based more on the cities. So those who are in Tamale will have a city there. So those who want to learn R in Tamale, you join and learn. But it's going to be for free. We don't charge when we are taking you through the R software. It's just a free thing. So our mission is to bring together individuals who are interested in using R software for data analysis, providing them with opportunities to learn and collaborate and grow. So we have these annual conferences we do. So as part of the conferences, we are supposed to send some of our members to US and to the other places to join the conferences. Currently, we have one in, I think, Australia. Yes, I actually joined. I'll be joining online, but there are always opportunities for people who want to go. So once you are part of these communities, when they advertise for people to apply, once you apply and tell them you are from Ghana Art Community, an opportunity will be given to you. So we also strive to create a welcoming and inclusive environment that support the creation of city art communities. So as I said, Pastor Samuel will talk more on this. Through various events, resources, networking opportunities, we aim to promote the use of R in Ghana to solve real-world problems and drive innovation in data science. Okay, so these are my workspaces. So I learn R. I follow these workspaces. I am the organizer for African R user community. So we have African R user community too as well. With that one, it comprises of all the African countries. And I'm one of their leaders there. I also manage their WhatsApp group. God willing, next year we'll be having a conference online for African R community, where all the African countries will assemble together for us to have the conference. So we also have a link called rusergroup.slack. So if you type this on your browser, it will send you. I will share the links after the conference. When you click on this link, you join some of the other R users from the other parts of the world. You join them and you learn more about R, and it's free. We have the social car. So this one too is a group that we meet to deliberate and discuss about how we can improve R. Currently, we have R in Arabic, French, and other languages. We are trying to make R. We are trying to translate to the other language so that people will understand. So that those who are in Arabic too can know how to use the R. So we have this too from France too, and we have Meetup Lives UK. So I'm also with them. So we have monthly meetings. We discuss about R. We discuss about how we contribute to R. We also have the Global R User Group, which I'm also a contributing member to the Global R User Group. So we meet as a team. We contribute. We look at how we can do to develop packages and stuffs. And then we have the link Shoshaka. So this also is Slack that you can join to contribute. We also have the R contributors. I'm also part of the contributors. So at times, with the R contributors, we normally contribute by adding packages. We have something called creating of packages and stuff. Maybe because you are new to it, when we start, probably you get familiar with these things. And we have the UK, New York Open Statistical Programming Meetup. So these are all networks that you can join to learn R for free. And people join from all over the African and the other places of the world. So we have the statistical seminar, that's DC, that's Washington, DC. We also have the R4D online learning. So this is also another platform that you can join to learn R for free. And you will not be charged anything. And at times we do joint collaborations, we do projects together. And then we have our social media handles too. Once you go there, you can get more. So we also see here, we have the leader. I'm also the leader for the African R and the R Forward community page in the world. So these are all pages that you can learn R for free, which they don't charge you. And at times too, they give you projects that you can do. So, okay, so my involvement in R user groups in Africa and the world. So my involvement, so I join them to participate in their local meetings, their local R user groups. So as I said, I was invited by Egypt R user community, Botswana, to give a talk. So normally when they have talks, they invite some of the speakers across the world to give talks. So I'm part of the team. So as and when they need me to give a talk, I just join to give the talk, but it's for free. At times they will just give you something small, but it's free. And then we have, I also help organize workshops and trainings among other African communities. Currently, we are trying to create one for Mali and also for Burkina Faso. So I'm currently working with them. And then we also do mentorship and outreach when it comes to R in general. So we also develop and share resources. So when we meet as a team, we meet and we deliberate, and then we share resources and see how we can improve on the software. We also provide diversity and inclusion. We also network with the global community. So the global community, as I said, is a group that we meet to network, and then we discuss things related to R, purposely for R. And then also R consortium. I'll talk about this in my other slide. And then we are always online, because a face-to-face meetup is very difficult to organize one. At times, organizing a face-to-face meetup is very difficult because of the financials that is involved. But then we normally resort to the online so that people can join at their own convenience time. So our team members, so myself, Pastor Samuel Tando, Dr. Paul, Dr. Rehad AC, Eben and George, I think they were introduced just recently. And then, so our consortium. So our consortium is one of our co-sponsors. They actually sponsored us for this conference. They supported us with $1,000 to help us run this conference, and we do acknowledge them. So our consortium plays a significant role in supporting and uniting R user communities around the world. It is an open organization dedicated to the development of R community language and its user base. Here's how the R consortium involvement. So these are the involvement. So what they do is that they give financial support and grants. So we applied for a grant from them, and they gave us grants. So that's what we're even using to do the conference. So they give grant support. They also help you to build the infrastructure support. So if you want to do a website or anything and you need help from them, they can also assist you to do that. And then they also help R user communities. So we have Kumasi R Ladies, which is managed by Jane, and then Nane Ekuya. I think Nane Ekuya will join us later. So they also support user groups. So if you have a user group, let me say Kumasi R user group, Eben here is the founder. So as Eben starts doing training online, and he does it for the period of 6 months, once he applies for a grant, the art consortium gives him a grant because of the trainings he's doing. Because they want to fail his online presence and see how impactful R is to the users. So once Eben starts the city group and he does it for the period of 6 months, once he applies for the grant from our consortium, they give him the grant to run it. And then we also have our annual conferences. So on our R user community page, I posted our conferences for the year, which there are quite a lot. I will still share it with the team. And then we have community projects. So we do joint projects among ourselves. As I said, currently, after this, probably this conference, I'll be planning for the African R conference online. So, and also educational resources. So we do post a lot of resources online on R, books for free. Dr. Reynolds Pius, I think she has this LTR book, which she wrote with the team, and it's very good for people who are beginning with R and people who are R users. So all those resources are online, and we'll be sharing all those resources to you. Okay, so our office is located at Tamale. Those who know Tamale Tishigu, just Queen Elizabeth Avenue, that's where our office is. So you can see our email and our website. When you go there, you get more information on that. So thank you very much for your time and your attention. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So at this point, if you have any question, 1 or 2 questions. So I was happy to hear that R is free, everything is free. Registration was free. It's just for t-shirt and the rest. Everything is free. So we want to bring out to the doorsteps of everyone, because as soon as you move mostly out of Africa, everything out there is R. They don't know SPS, they don't know any other software. So we want it to every student, or we want to also start using it in our institutions. So everything is free. Any questions? Either you are online or offline. Any question? Online? No question. Okay, so if there's no any other question, thank you very much, Mr. Francis, for the wonderful presentation. And I'm sure we've been introduced to R and the R community. Yes. So very soon our next presenter will be in. So he will be presenting online. Is the person of Dr. Reverend Paul Aboza, philosopher, quant and data science with the Ghana R users. So he's a senior research scientist, and we happy to be the the conference chair. So he has been the main man behind the conference, and we are happy that for his impact.
Yeah, so good morning to you all. I'm sorry I cannot join you in person because of a particular emergency I have here, for which reason I must be present in where I am. I'm very happy to be part of this conference, and I want to say a big thank you to Ghana Data Center team for their great contribution. To the director, NIHR, GSU Ghana Hub, Professor Tegri, and Dr. Napoleon Head, NIHR, GSU Ghana Hub Data Center, and to our able team, Francis Mensah, Pastor Samuel, Eben, Dr. AC, and Mr. George Arjun. Thank you so much. So today I'm going to talk about the, before I want to say again a big thank you to our consortium also for supporting us. So on the keynote address, as you know, the theme is our software for mining big data to achieving the SDGs in Ghana. To begin, let me pay tribute to Professor Fritz Leich, who is an Austrian statistician, a great maintainer of R, who passed on the 24th of April. In fact, he was supposed to deliver a talk at this conference. May he rest in peace. So our software for mining big data, we are going to talk about our software. It's a program, R as a software and a programming language, and the use of R in mining big data. How can R be used to mine? Mine means to extract patterns, information, and insight from big data about Ghana. So at the end of this talk, we should be able to understand the practical, how R can be used to model the practical indicators in the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So some of the popular terms that come across are big data, R software, mining, SDG, and Ghana. So by the time we would have finished, I'm sure the intermediate level users or the absolute beginners will love to also learn R or throw away all the other spreadsheets and change to R. So big data, what is big data? Loosely, I define it using the words of Snyders and co. Usually includes data sets with sizes beyond the ability of commonly used software. Huge data to capture, curate, manage, process. Many of you know that Excel has a problem of dimensionality. So sometimes Excel is not a good tool for such big data. Now, what are some of the forms that big data will take? Big data usually is unstructured or semi-structured or structured. Examples, the traditional data you have a table of three columns and let's say 100 rows of data. That's traditional data.
Hello, Dr. Paul. Sorry to interrupt. Can you
put
your presentation in a presentation mode?
All right.
PowerPoint in a presentation mode.
All right. It's okay now?
Yes, it's okay now. Thank you.
Okay. So big data from examples, traditional data, alternative data. So for example, the invoice that you prepare, the accountants will get, they are all part of the big data. Receipts, pictures, audio, video, handwritten information, PDF data, satellite data, internet data, and other big database systems. These are all big data that the traditional software spreadsheets may not be able to handle properly. And so R has an advantage over all these other traditional software in that when it loads the big data and works on it, it can easily share it to others. So we talk about reproducibility. So somebody else can use the same data and try to confirm or to reject the conclusions that you made. Now, so let's come to data mining. I mean, simply loosely explained as extracting patterns, information, insights to aid in decision making. Now, other words we can use to describe data mining as we use this. The team here include machine learning, artificial intelligence, natural language processing, large language models. Today we talk about ChatGPT. It's all large language models or generative adversarial network, where you use your sound even to generate pictures. So the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, in 2015, United Member Nations adopted the 2030 Agenda. And this provides a blueprint for peace and prosperity for people and the planet now into the future. So they have just christened it SDG. Now, to be able to measure whether the SDGs have been achieved, they give 17 descriptors. And they are the 17 goals of the Sustainable Development, called the Sustainable Development Goals. There are 17. And we can see them clearly from their own logos. The first one, no poverty, zero hunger, good health, well-being, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, in that order, up to the end. So 17 goals. So our task is, how can our software help us to extract insight into the data on SDGs, the indicators, to help governments and agencies to be able to offer solutions to the challenges described in the SDGs. So how can R help to prevent no poverty, to minimize poverty, or take away poverty completely, to make zero hunger, or give good health and well-being, quality education? How can R help? R can help by mining the big data, which traditional software cannot, to be able to give insight into where there's a need for intervention. So I take any of them, not all 17. So the first one I take is SDG 1, to end extreme poverty by 2030. So what we can do is to find out what is the proportion of the population living below the poverty line. So if we know this, and we're able to map or locate the places where there's poverty, then agencies can now focus their attention on these in order to solve the problem. So one of the data I'm going to use is what the Ghana Multiple Indicator Cluster Survey. This is data that try to monitor the situation of children and women for health, education, child protection, HIV/AIDS. So as I said, if you apply R, you can extract insight into the data to help offer solutions. Okay. So I use this same data I talked about, and I want to find the changes. I want to look at the changes of contributions of indicators to overall multi-dimensional poverty index. And remember, this data we have also it in PDF, but R can read it and translate it into a table for you. Of course, you do some coding. You do a lot of coding in order to get there. So here I have this chart. On the left, you can see the items that contribute to multidimensional poverty index. And the power of R is such that we can discriminate between years, and at the same time we'll be able to see where the problem actually is intensive or is intense. And this is shown by the keywords here, or the legends here. Some of them are bigger than others. So when you see the bigger circular or point, you know this is where the problem is more intense. The smaller ones, then you know it's not. Okay. So years of schooling, and as it is done, this is the lollipop plot. So you can see that the blue is for 2017-2018. The green is for 2014, and the red, so 2011. So we can see that in 2017-2018, years of schooling contributing to poverty, it has improved. That's why the percentage of head count is lower. And in 2011, it was very intense. But as the years went on, it is improving. So this is the power of R, that immediately from this chart, you can get a lot of information. Go to the next one. So now I take fewer variables, okay? I take housing, electricity. What are some of the changes we have found? So housing, over the year, there's an improvement in housing. And so assets also, for each of them, there's an improvement, as you can see. The red is 2011, the years further away, okay? Now, I want to track the development projects that the state has initiated over the years. And you cannot find a tracker very easily. So I take all the budget statement from 1999 to 2022. That's about 23 years. And it's all in PDF. So I feed it into R and I write some code and I allow R to give me the information. So this is an interactive graph, but because I posted it to PowerPoint, it's not, I cannot get the interactive nature of it. Otherwise, if I put the cursor on any of this, it should give me all the information, the name of the town, and the particular project facility that was done in those towns. So in the budget statement every year, they will talk about, we have done roads in this town and all that. They are all here. R has the power to help you to extract all this information, to track all the towns, all that. To be able to tell which towns are lacking in development. And because, as you said, we want to end poverty. Now, in Ghana, it is very difficult to measure the incomes of people because many people are scared of paying taxes, so they are not ready to disclose the true information about their income level. So when we measure poverty, we ask questions, then the Ghanaian will tell the truth sometimes, some will tell the lie. We know this from research that the lying informants, this is already known. So another way of measure poverty, as a smart way by the scientists who work with satellite data. So they use night lights. Wherever there is light in the night, it is presumed that the people there should be well-to-do in order to be able to leave your lights on or to have light. Many people who are poor cannot afford it, so they don't have lights. So apart from using all the other indices to determine poverty, we can also use night light. And that's only given by the satellite. And R can easily extract data from satellite and create a graph, a plot like a map like this. So I want to find out which parts of Ghana are always in the dark or I have bright lights. So for the whole of Ghana, you see the legend here. The lighter ones show that they have bright light. So if we want to say where are the poor areas of Ghana, go to where there is a bright light. And the darker ones are the poor areas of Ghana. As I said, this alone on it by itself does not tell the story about poverty. You have to combine it with other variables. The same chart here. Because this one for another, this for another year. This for another year here. 2021, 15th February 2021. And here you can use R to be able to even indicate the index, the point that was obtained by a particular area in order to qualify as other poor or not. Okay. That's the power of R. So I go to SDG 3, Sustainable Development Goal 3, good health and well-being. Now, good health involves all the things, everything about sickness also. So I look at what is the incidence of tuberculosis in Ghana. So if you go into the World Development Indicators site, you get all the data, extract the data, you can plot it so neatly. So we know that over the years, tuberculosis is reducing, is being managed. Then when COVID came, a lot of people were doing, a lot of studies were being made, and a lot of effort was being made. Now, the Ghana scientists, and most of them might be here also, who worked very hard. We got all the data, they sent to gsaid.org, and so every researcher can apply to GSAID and get access and collect all the data, the genomic data that they send. So from the genomic data, we're able to tell the kind of variant, the COVID variant that is circulating around Ghana. Accra, we see them. We have the G, the GH is there, the S, all of it in Accra, in Greater Accra, in Lower Menya, Krobo, in Volta, Western, and not available. Then the same set of information is given in this way using the pangolin lineage. Yes. Also telling you the numbers that we have in Ghana. So it is clear from this that between May and April, we had the B.1.17 variant of the pangolin lineage. Then you can use that to get the regional distribution. The regional distribution, that's a power of R. Again, the variance. So all these various graphs or plots help you identify the problem head on, and then help you make a decision how to solve it. The same here. Now, as I said, when they send the genomic data to GSAID, you have the R can now use one, or has a lot of packages to be able to read the genomic data, the data that was sequenced by the Ghanaian scientists, hardworking Ghanaian scientists. And so you're able to tell what are the DNA composition of the patients who were COVID positive. And this R can do not only the medical statistics software, but R has a component just for medical statistics. Now, these Ghanaian scholars also they got the symptom data of COVID, about 68,000 persons. So we want to find out for the COVID positive cases, which symptoms can you how do we determine the combination of symptoms that can tell somebody is likely to have COVID? So R can do that with the upset package, for example. So when I did this, I saw that the symptoms that I chose, there were so many that the graph is not very clear. So I reduced the symptom size. And look at this. So from here, it is clear that cough, headache, and fever are the most prominent symptoms to find if you want to say that somebody has COVID. So this can also be used as a kind of pointer that, oh, he's likely to have COVID. If two persons come and you have limited resources, you want to concentrate on one person. You can say cough, headache, fever. That's the more prominent features or symptoms you find. You notice that, oh, this person is likely to have COVID. So this R can do. Now, on SDG 3.9, World Health Organization provide this data from mortality from pollution, because they discovered that there are a lot of deaths that occur because of pollution, especially the household air pollution. R can help get all the information in a chart very easily. So deaths from household air pollution in Ghana over the years from 1990. In 2002 up to 2010, it was very acute. Now it is going down a little, which means that we are doing well in managing indoor air pollution. So they suggest that in order to minimize indoor air pollution, we have to use clean fuels, solar, electricity, biogas, LPG, natural gas, alcohol fuels. So I'm going to model, I'm going to use one of the variables to see how we can benefit from clean energy, and that's solar energy. So we get the satellite data of the solar potential of Ghana. From this graph, from this map, you see that the brighter areas are the place where the sun shines the most. And this is in June, which month? The month is indicated here. My screen has been blocked somehow by all these all these zoom features. Okay, so this for a particular month. The brighter areas show where we have a lot of sunshine. So we can say, okay, once we have a lot of sunshine, then why don't we practice clean energy by going to getting a lot of solar energy. And here we can see by month and then by year. And that's what R does. Just one command, fat set wrap, and R is able to divide already 2000, 2001, 2002 for you. You don't need to do a lot of work, and R does it. So in January, we can see that in July and August, we have less sunshine, but February, March, and then October, November, December, that's the time you have a lot of sunshine. Now, if you put all the three together, then you'll be able to tell which months the sunshine is going lower or becoming more intensive. Look at 2002. There's more sunshine here in 2002, October, November, than in the previous years. Is that a sign that of some form of climate change or temperature anomaly? And that's the power of R. The power of R, again, jump area. Jump area is able to tell you exactly, so you see it's, you can compare the three at the same time. You see which year is more sunshine than the other. This is also the power of R. So SDG 13 wants to combat climate change by 2030. What can we do? At least R can get the data and talk about it. So methane emission, one of the gases that cause a lot of greenhouse, that is being singled out as the greater contributor to the climate change, methane emission. So this provides the data for us. Let me go to the next one. Okay, all these are not indicated yet. So the data is from our world in data.org, for resources. They provided the data, and using a chart, you'll be able to tell, here I wanted to see what countries are contributing more to it. Look at Nigeria, of course, the population is huge. So in Ghana, the waste sector is increasing by year. In 2019, what the amount of methane is more than 2019 in Ghana. By the forest sector and land change in Ghana, so 2020, things are improving from what was in 2000. A great sector, okay. So we can also use R to prevent disaster. R can help us a great deal to prevent disaster by being able to map high-risk areas susceptible to landslides, bushfires, flooding, for example. And all of it is just to get the data. So here I create a heat map of the floods in Ghana. Now, let me add that this data is not comprehensive because I don't have all the data. You have to gather data from various sources. And if you cannot find it from the traditional sources, you scrape. You can go to the internet and all the stories that talk about flooding, you just scrape all the links, 1,000 links talking about flood in Ghana. Then you take them one after the other and find out what do they say, which town they mention. You can extract them, you're able to make a map of flooding. So 2013, 2020, Zabzugu, in Yendi, there was this, and the legend is here down here, the Bagre dance peel. That's in Tamale, at that time, the Bagre dance peel. All the others, you see the Accra, 2014, 2015, 2016, every year there is flood. There's flood. Kumasi is close to Accra, but not as serious as in Accra. That's what R does. Now, R can help me also create a map of each of the years and single out the towns where there's acute flooding. So over here, it is clear that of the year, 2016 is the year where we had most floods. And Accra is always there. Accra is always there. This is a power of R. So this is an interactive graph, but as I said, because I pushed it into this, I cannot see the interactivity again. Otherwise, if I click on one of the red, it tells me what the information about it. And R does that. Now, wildfire, or what we call bushfire. Bushfire. So the caveat is that wildfires are ambiguous and hard to predict whether humans cause it, because there are other factors that impact on where they occur, how they spread. The wind, for instance, lightning, drought, landscape. So there may be bushfire, but not necessarily a human creation or human cause. So when the data they made available, they try to create it so you're able to determine which areas have higher probability of bushfire. So here, for instance, I take the probability of 80%, then this is what I get. So the blue ones, N is, the green ones is for end night, and the orange ones for day. So it's like day wildfire, bushfire, and night bushfire. So you see the hotspots where there's bushfire. You see that in the north, in the night time, there are a lot of bushfires in the north of Ghana. And this is R. Yes, so now I come to quality of education, very important for us, quality of education. When these surveys were conducted, they presented this on children who do not have foundational skills in numeracy. That's my interest, mathematics. Foundational skills in numeracy. In 2020, we draw this, we make this plot. So we can see that the richest and those who live in Accra, they do better than everybody else. They have better foundational skills in mathematics. And between male and female, male do better. Urban dwellers do better. Accra, Western, Ashanti, so Upper West, Upper East, Northern, Volta, Central, they do very poorly in the foundational skills in mathematics for children. R is able to present such that you already have an insight what to solve. So I continue with this, the surveys that they made. This is 1997. Now, what are the reasons children gave for stopping schooling in 2003? We find that the most serious issues are poor in studies. They don't have the capacity, or they are not performing well in school, and some cannot afford. That's the second most important factor. And for some, the schooling is too far. The school is too far. The rest are not so serious as these three, or these three. And R makes it possible for you to tell which region is more at defaulting. No, I see the sizes of your bars. Now, again, on quality education, these scholars in 1994 were looking for solutions for Ghana education in Ghana. So they, for instance, proposed this from the studies that if you reduce travel time from 2 hours to 0 hours in mathematics, there is an improvement in performance of 3.48. If you provide blackboards where none presently exists, there's an improvement in things like that. So let's find out how this works out in real data. When they had the Trends in International Mathematics and Science Study program, and Ghana participated, our performance against the world or international average, our score is shown here. In 2004, 2007, our performance improved in 2010, then reduced again in science. In science, you see 2007, then 2013. So you see our performance over the years in mathematics and science. Compared to international average, we are far below the international average. Now, perhaps the last chart. I was interested in children's numeracy inability in the Ghana Multiple Indicator Cluster Survey data set of 2017-18, where they conducted direct text tests and the pupils were to give responses. So we plotted this. Now, the red or the orange represents female, the green or blue represents male. That's the place where you see that the female perform extremely well. To say the number 731. The number, so many households, about 150 households, children, 150 households, could not say 731 girls. Sorry, so they perform very poorly in boys. And this also, they could not identify multiples of 3. They cannot add 12 and 24, things like that. So that tells you the quality of education, and especially numeracy in our schools, between boys and girls. So these are some of the goals that the SDGs are aimed at, trying to address. So by 2030, we will have better charts than this. R is a powerful software. It can be used in every sphere, and you can do anything about it with R. Scrape data, especially from internet, from social media. So we want to thank our sponsors. We're expecting CCTV and Joy, but thank you all for coming and for giving me your attention. I'm grateful to you all. Thank you. I'm done.
Okay, so there's a question coming.
Yes.
So thank you very much. I think the first is a compliment that I'm very impressed with, especially the images, because it helps with visualizing the data. So my question is, in terms of all that has been analyzed, has the results been shared with stakeholders, especially in the areas of education? Because I think that the visualization aspect of it creates a very good picture. So I want to know if steps have been made to show the results to policymakers. My second one is in line with, I think you showed something on bushfires.
Yes.
And I think you also mentioned, I want to know how you were able to, I know for some of them, you said you extracted the data from something like the surveys, previous surveys that have been conducted. But in terms of getting satellite images or data, how did you go about that? Because I believe that there are, in terms of bushfires, for instance, with the experience of living in the North for over 10 years, I know that it's something that happens every year. But to be able to also identify it as a problem and to also look at it, because we are talking about climate change, we're talking about addressing sustainable development goals. And for me, I think that bushfires is one of the topics that has been neglected, even though it's an annual occurrence, and the vast grasslands in the northern Upper East and all the other regions up there actually constitute a huge portion of a problem. So I want to know, because in the future, if it is possible to actually get real-time data to actually track the situation over a number of years, I believe that it will create a very big picture that can be shown to people living in communities and policymakers, so that in as much as we talk about topics like flooding, bushfires also can be addressed, because it is contributing a lot to the whole picture of climate change. Thank you very much.
All right. Yeah, so there's a lot of data out there, and particularly satellite data. You know already that there are a lot of satellites hanging over the air, collecting information and data and throwing out back to the world. But how to create them, how to collect them, that's a big problem. I was in the US, so I was able to extract much of the data. Here, data of 5 gigabytes, if I'm extracting in Ghana, it will take me 2 days. And the network goes off, so I have to start again. So long as we are in Ghana, we cannot get the data like that. Or maybe those of you in bigger universities, you can. But me, I'm an independent researcher. I'm a Roma sophomore, so I do these things part-time. And so in Ghana, when we have a lot of seminars, I bring out a lot of the data, we analyze, and we post on our handles, YouTube and all. And much of what the work I do, I just put on my research page. I'm not keen to become a professor, so I don't publish them. But I put them on research, those who can read. But what you have suggested is a good idea. So somebody even suggested after this seminar, we should publish a journal. I mean, if you get articles published in a journal, yeah, so we can do that. So it's a good suggestion. Thank you. Work on it. So much of the data is from satellite. You get from satellite. But the satellites, you have to register with the companies. For example, American NASA. You have to register and get a code in order to be able to extract satellite data. For instance, the data, you get a lot of data about even where the military people keep their ammunitions. Satellite data is there, but so they don't give it to anybody. But once you apply, you will get it. And they know that you're going to use for research and not for something else. And there are a lot of studies about that. Somebody even did work something on Galamsey. He used satellite data just to track where Galamsey takes place, because he says Galamsey takes place the night. She's able to track them. All of this is published. But the suggestion you gave is a good one. We hope that we'll publish it. I think I missed the first one. I said the first one. The first question.
The first was on dissemination, because if you generate the information and it ends up not reaching the people who have the power to actually cause the change that we need, then it means that it's awesome, but at the end of the day, the impact is also not going to be there. So my point is, have you had avenues to present, or have you made efforts to present some of these findings with policymakers, and particularly in terms of education? In terms of education.
Okay, so thank you very much. That of education, I can say immediately that I've found some mathematicians, and we are trying to see especially how to retrain mathematics teachers to teach in the basic schools. It was that we drew my interest to get the certain numeracy of kids. So we hope that when we write our project, and we'll create more, we'll present more concrete results. But thank you so much. Great suggestion. The dissemination. Yes.
Okay. So another question.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Agboja, for your presentation. Okay. I always have a error when using R. So, but your presentation and everybody here, I think I'll try hard to overcome that so that I can also use R. Yes. So, but during your presentation, you made mention of using satellite light as indicator for poverty. I have a concern there because as scientists, we want to put out a true information out there, and there are many illegal connections. So me using lights does not mean I'm well to do or something. So I would prefer we use a better indicators for that. So that's a concern I want to put across. Thank you.
So thank you for that concern. It's accepted. So I added that we cannot use night light or night light data alone to measure poverty. It will help us in addition to other variables to be able to say. So if you are going to draw, let's say you're going to make a regression. So you put night light data as it. You put poverty level, the responses that people give, income. You put all of them. So the regression analysis will help you to be able to tell what weight to give the satellite data and all. So when you have a lot of variables, you get a more credible result. Thank you.
Okay, so the next question.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Amos from UDS Tamale. I must say I'm very thrilled with the presentation of R and the power of R. But however, looking at what you just said, I realized that you can actually use R for a very large data set, and it will be able to easily work on. But we also know that with research, when you are dealing with whatever results you are presenting, it depends on the data. So, and one problem with data is data cleaning. So is R having an inbuilt component to cleaning your data? Or if you must do that, you realize that with very large data set, sitting down and manually working on those kind of things would be quite challenging. So whilst I was looking at the presentation, that was in mind, whether there's some kind of component like that for data cleaning. If not, whatever it is shooting out there, the results will be affected by whatever information is on the data. Thank you.
So thank you for another wonderful question. Now, the trick in doing data science is that 70% of the time, you use it for data cleaning. So all the data are presented a span of 3 years, and I spent 2 days cleaning the data. Now, R has a lot of inbuilt packages to help you. Well, I'll give you an example. The COVID data presented by Osu and Co. from KNUST, 2000, about the symptoms. They had about 72,000 rows of data. Then I just use one command in R, and R is able to reduce the 64,000. Just cleaning it. So there are a lot of tools in R that will help in this regard also. But to add to it, you have to spend more time, a lot of it manual cleaning. Like I said, I got some of the data from PDF. If you give the command as it is, or the package as it is, it does not solve the problem. You have to print, or you have to print on your screen the data and see what are the peculiar items there, which will make you rewrite your code or change the code somehow. So a lot of manual work is involved, and 70% of it, but the packages are to help you clean the data. Thank you. That's a very wonderful insight.
Thank you, Reverend Father. So just a little contribution that with all the quotes that you've written for these SDGs, I believe that in a way of disseminating the information, you could, or we could put this in our GitHub repositories where people could have access to some of these codes so that they can actually have a feel of it and know that most codes, you just repeat them if you have understanding of the basics. It's just applying what you know to a new data. So it's just a little contribution that probably we look at that and then we put it in the probably the Ghana R conference GitHub repository for others to have access to it. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Thank you for the question. If you Google my name, you will find I'm very much present on the web, workshops on these things, and I have a GitHub account. So if you go there, you find all my codes. Every code is there. And if this is going to be published, now this is the condition that when you want to publish, you have to share the code so that other scientists can also use. So it will certainly come there.
Okay. Any other question? Those online, is there any question? Okay, so if there's no any question, I'll say thank you very much, Reverend Dr. Paul. Yes, for the wonderful presentation. And yes, I think we'll move straight to the next presenter, who is a research scientist with many publications, academic editor, reviewer for several top journals in the field of immunology and clinical biochemistry. He's also a member of several national and international community, including the Convention of Biomedical Research Ghana and Immunological Society of Ghana. But for the past years, R has been one of his core statistical software for all the publications. I'm very honored to welcome Professor Samuel Samasechi from the School of Medicine and Dentistry, KNUST.
Good morning, everybody in here present. It's my pleasure to be here with you and share some few thoughts with you with regards to the R. Okay. With the R users community, I know we are all coming from different backgrounds, different stages in R. So I'll try and see if I can meet everybody's expectation. But for the novice and those who are about to enter, I would like to say we are in a very good place at the right time. I'm here to encourage you and to tell you that this is a time that just pay, I keep on saying, pay the dues, pay your price, pay the dues. Just isolate yourself 3 months, 6 months, and just focus every day. I will dedicate 2 hours, 3 hours to R. And with this environment around, you're going to get it. And once you are there, by the end of my presentation, you see that it can serve as a platform where you can leverage onto so many other things. You could see that of late when you listen to people online, they keep on saying, it's better for you to go and do some 2 months, 3 months course be on Google than probably to go and get a 4-year degree course or something. Now, when you listen to such statements, they are not entirely wrong and they are not entirely true too. But whatever you are doing at this stage, as Olumude will say, we have 5 forms of education. We have 5 forms of education. Whatever academic education you are pursuing now probably is let's say the basic one that you are getting, everybody must get. But that is not enough. So the fact that, for example, you want to do R, you want to do coding, you want to do Python, you can't tell me you can do that straight if you've not done SPSS. You've not done like the basic ones. So those basic formal education you are currently having will serve as a platform upon which you can leverage on with R, you can leverage on with coding, you can with Python, with all those things. So all of them are important. And with the kind of information we are having from different platforms, different tools. So if you're not careful, we could come back to what everybody say, we are sitting on gold, but we are hungry. You'll be sitting on a lot of information, but you may not know what to do with it. Okay. And I think acquiring the skills in R. So R itself can serve as a platform upon which you can leverage on, let's say, cybersecurity, you can leverage on so many other things. So Mr. Eben, thank you for your kind introduction. I'm with the Department of Molecular Medicine, KNUST Medical School, and I'm here this morning, irrespective of the face, to just give you a brief insight into R. And as I've said, what we can use it for. Then by the time I'm done, at least I'll be able to encourage one person to know that I'm making it a point upon myself that if for nothing at all, I'm going to acquire these skills and own it. Let your name become synonymous with it. Because a time is coming, you may not go back again. Right now, my plate are full. I just have 2 lectures. I will quickly have to come here. After that, I have another meeting. So can I have time to come and learn another thing again? Every stage of your life, make the most out of it, especially these times. Because the time will come that you may not get those free times again to leverage on. So I would like to share with you these few outlines that at this time that we are in, we generate billions of data. And when for example, you go to TikTok, people are using other people's videos too. So data is everywhere. Everywhere, everything about data. So we'll talk about what is data, what are the data analysis techniques that you have, importance of data, because so many information are coming. Which of them is true? And which of them are you taking in face value? In research, we say you trust, but you are verifying. What are you going to use to verify? Data is what you have to use to verify whatever somebody is saying. You just can't take anything. Somebody say, oh, people are saying this. On what basis are those information made? Are you just making them on observation? Observation is good. It takes us through the normal profile of observation, drawing hypothesis from the observation, conducting an experiment, then the conclusion and all those things. Those basic routine for research or experimental processes, they are all there. But once you get it based on data, then it may not be 100% right, but at least your level of closeness to accuracy increases. Then probably we'll talk about the statistical software, a lot of them, but to place emphasis on R and why R is better. Then data visualization, I think Reverend have done justice to that already. That it's all about what we see. Is a picture speaks louder than what? Than words. So visualization is key. All the statistical stuff is the data, how appealing it is. How can we easily make inferences or deductions from those visualization? Then, as I've said, what people are using the R for and the job opportunities, as I've said, once you have this, you can then leverage on to say, okay, then let me do 3 months, 6 months course in addition to this, my R or to this, to give me a hedge or an advantage over somebody. So we are at an era where your certificate alone is not enough. The certificate alone is not enough. That's why somebody can say it's better for me to do this than to go to a 4 years. So certificate alone, in other words, is telling us that BSc, M4, PhD alone is not what? It's not enough. The next thing is, what skill do you have? And this morning I want to preach to you that please make R something like an additional skill that you can have, that you can put on your CV with confidence. That so people, I pick a CV and I just go straight to skills, because all those and everybody have. But what do you have that nobody has? And it's the thing that I want you to add R to it, and I know it will take you to places. So data analysis and interpretation has now taken center stage with the advent of digital age. Information that we get a day, it will amaze you. And even as at 2012, daily we are generating over 2.8 trillion gigabytes. I hope Reverend made mention of that they are so huge that he couldn't even copy them. So the information is so huge. Now, for you to be successful, not only, but every endeavor that you find yourself, and I put the enterprise in red because it can be anything, it can be wherever. In today's global world, is the ability to analyze complex data. As I've said, the information is coming fast and wide. On what basis are people saying this? On what basis are people making the conclusions that they draw? And most of them, you have to come from analyzing complex data. And what information will they give you? They will then give you information that you use to do what? Actionable insight. So huge, big companies, they don't just take decisions. They take decisions based on what? Data. The data that is coming from where? The company, from the environment, from their suppliers, from wherever. So when they take all this information, they analyze it. And then it informs them on their next line of what? Action. If you're an enterprise, you are a student, you are wherever, and you're not making inferences from data around based on the research question you've asked, then 5 to 3 years you'll be out of competition. You'll be ousted. Because what it means is that you're not in tandem with what? Current trends. In whatever business enterprise you find yourself, you may not be competitive enough. So your ability to analyze complex data, that will help you to what? Produce actionable insights. And as I've said, to adapt to new market needs. Okay. And all these things you have to do within what? A very short time, because things are changing, things are moving fast. So data analysis, as I've said, the process of cleaning, analyzing, visualizing, and interpreting the data using various techniques and what? Statistical tools. And as we are all aspiring to be data analysts, our role involves what? Dissecting this vast data set, then unearthing. So it's within the data that our research questions, answers to our research questions can be what? Can be found. Okay. Then these are the data analyzing processes. You have to start with what? Research hypothesis. As I've said, everything can start with an observation. Then once you see the observation, you throw in what? An hypothesis. Then you have to test the hypothesis by what? Collecting data. Collect the appropriate data. Data cleaning and coding. Young man, I remember your question. You have to clean it. And the good news is that I have more than enough what? Codes that we can use to do what? To do this cleaning. Then we do analysis, then interpretation as to how we make that with respect to our hypothesis. Then we make our conclusion, inference from the data we've had. Now, data by itself, as I've said, if you don't know the value of it, you may not know which question to ask. So your data won't speak unless you ask it the right data analysis question. You have to ask the correct question. And it starts from my previous slide. Set your research hypothesis. That is where you get your question from. What question are you asking? How many cells do we have? What is the brilliance, how many percentage of students are this, are that, of in marketing, in customer base, whatever. You have to ask the data a question. The data by itself cannot speak to you. So it starts with what? The quality of what? The question that you are asking. So in data analysis, the main purpose is to answer a research question. Answer a research question and to help determine the trends and the relationship among the variables, among the various variables that you've collected. What are the trends? The male, female, numeracy, all those things, different questions that you want to ask. Those who died of COVID, what was of COVID-19? What was the chief or the commonest symptom that killed them? If somebody have HIV, is it the virus that killed them or the opportunistic infections that killed them? So you get all this information, then, but remember, all this information will be there. But if you don't ask the appropriate question, you may not know, it will not know or do not help you enough. So the purpose of data analysis is to answer a research question. So the thing is, what question are you asking? What question are you asking? And that will help you to determine trends. So it's all about trends. That's why we say logistic regression, blah, blah. What are the trends among male, among females, or all those things, and the relationship among these trends. So this is I'm not really interested to go into step by step how we do statistics or don't know. I'm just giving a generalized like baseline information that we need to leverage on with our R. So before any data is collected, a researcher should accomplish the following. So before you can, remember the bottom line is you have your question. So the first thing, get your question. Then after getting your question, the next thing is the data you want to watch, you collect. We can have a situation, if you don't have the correct question, you go and get a data, but the data you brought cannot answer the question that the question that you are asking yourself because you brought in the wrong word, the wrong data. So determine the method for the data analysis. It's very, very, very important. Then determine how to process the data. And you don't need to know it all. You don't need to do what? To know it all. lot of statisticians, and everybody has his strength. And you see that as you develop a niche within this R, you see that there are certain codes that you are very conversant and popular with. And as Reverend was saying, somebody who has used that code before can help you than you starting for the first time. So that's why this R community will do what will help. And I think there are some too in LinkedIn and ResearchGate, especially where people go to certain people with a certain expertise. They will ask them questions there. So even in ResearchGate, your score is even dependent on how much questions you've answered when people ask you what questions. So let's use this R research community as a means by which you can do what we can help ourselves. Instead of you spending 2, 3, 4 days trying to get a code, somebody has already done it. There's nothing new under the sun. Where you want to pass, people have passed it already. Why reinventing the wheel where somebody can do it? Okay. I remember just last night, my class 3 daughter came home. She was so confused. She was like, "You're doing long division." She didn't get it. And so she was so worried. Then myself, I've forgotten how to do long division. So I went to YouTube and I say, I put in grade 3 long division. Then I look at 2, 3 examples, then I got it. That's okay. I call her. So then I realized that to do long division, you have to be very strong in multiplication. Okay. So I told her, what you are dividing with, that is less. So if it's 3 divided by 125, it means you are doing multiplications of what? 3. So start, write it somewhere. Then within 10 minutes, she's now, all her fears are what? On. And she's not happy. She's no more moody because she didn't what? Understand the procedure. So people have worked that part already. They can make life what? Easier for you. Contact them. Learning R is not a competition. Not only R in general, life in itself is not a competition. Leverage on what? Each other's what? Strength. The code you are fighting for, somebody has used it over and over and over, and it can take 30 seconds to teach you something that you are spending a whole week fighting over. So on the platforms, on the various R community platform, even I hope there are such platforms already in existence and you are joining. Put your questions there. Put your questions where there. And with a flip of a finger, somebody will just dash you a code freely and it will make life easier for you. So consult. Don't consult at all. That it takes nothing from you. Let me share another example with you. I have 2 medical students. One struggling first year, second year. So I normally check on her, how are things going. But this semester I haven't seen her. But I said, well, I haven't seen her for a long time. So she called us to my office. I said, "Hey, so we've been hiding." Then I realized that right now she's okay. She doesn't have a problem. That's why I asked her, "So what's the secret? What's happening?" So you know something, what you told me is now working. I've now gotten a roommate. And the roommate I have is weak in the let's say courses like behavioral science, community health, those, but she's also strong in pharmacology, biochemistry. So you see the way they are trading. I teach you this, you teach me that. And they are perfect. So you could see that she knows she will not fail in those areas that she was afraid, but just the virtue of what the roommate she's with. Another funny thing she told me was like, I also teach her how to cook. She's not a good cook. So that's okay, that's fine. So you also have to teach her how to cook too. Then, not too long ago, while she was still with me, that roommate called and said, "I've prepared food. Then, so come and taste it." You see, they are still on that challenge that she wants to show her roommate now that she can now cook what and cook better. That's why you still insisting that you come and say, "Yeah, the last time she cooked, it wasn't nice. I didn't eat it. So maybe she wants to prove me wrong this time around." What am I saying? The long and short is that leverage on this what? Strength. The fact that you cannot swim doesn't mean that you cannot run. Maybe you are good on the land. Then also prepare dummy tables. Now, one thing most times I tell my students when we are preparing manuscript for publication and stuff is that, as I've said, there's nothing new. So the research question, go and look at papers that have been published that use the same what analysis. It makes life what easier. So they become your dummy stuff. So you have to show me which related paper did you pick those information from. You can see they are there. Life can be easy. Don't stress yourself. All that you need is your dedication. That you are dedicating 2-3 hours a day. Then after that, what do you do? After the data collection, you process the data, you prepare the actual tables and graphs, analyze and interpret. Now, data analysis, you know the basic one, qualitative, quantitative, and all those things. But wherever you are, whether you are at a stage where you can start R, or you are at the stage that you have to start from, let's say SPSS, graph path prism, or wherever, there's always room and time for everybody to start wherever. Okay, so get the basic, because as I've said, you cannot get to R if you are not good in the basics. You need the basics to jump upon it. So if you are still starting with qualitative and quantitative, don't worry. Start. It's better you start now than never at all. Okay. I said there's no failure. You only fail when you stop trying. As the lady was saying, I always get error. Keep on getting error. Keep on. The only time you fail is when you stop what? Trying. One day the error will not come. You see that your graph has come. Then you shout, you scream. Finally got it. So these are the softwares I started making mention of: GraphPad, Prism, SPSS, the MedCalc. You know, we are in the health sciences, so we are a bit biased with MedCalc and GraphPad, Prism, and then those. So we have the SLStat, then the movie Starter, Python, and the almighty R, and the SAS, maybe my acronym, SAS, and the rest. So, as I've said, start with something. Start probably with the Prism, GraphPad Prism, or even the SPSS. Start from there. Look at data that start from this small. And there are a lot of websites that are ready to help you, take you step by step. But that's why it went to what I said: do you have the time? Are you prepared to pay the price? Bookmark a time that every day I will spend 2 hours on this. And just be consistent with it. One thing I've also realized is that it's not how intelligent or how smart we are. Somebody who is more consistent is more powerful than somebody who is the most brilliant and is not consistent. So being consistent, that I don't know, I want to know, and being consistent is more important than anything. So pick one of them and make conscious efforts. There are websites online that take maybe $50, $20, $10 that they can walk you through. People have developed programs. Okay, people have developed programs that they can help you to get it done. So for the purpose of this lecture is R. And as I've said, R is everything. It is like the mode folder within all these areas where it can serve as a glue between machine learning and other applications. So once you have it, as I said, to serve as a platform to leverage you, so that when you are branching to these areas, it makes life much better. That is why you see that somebody who tells you that formal education is not important, you are talking nonsense. If you cannot read and write, if for nothing at all, formal education will teach you how to do what? Read and write. So if you cannot read and write, if you cannot read and write, what can you do? Who taught you the read and write, how to read and write? It's formal education. So the bottom line is you need a background knowledge in one form or the other before you can do what you can leverage those 6-month courses, 2-month courses, and all those things I'm talking about. So it's a programming language, and it's also a software environment for statistical analysis, graphics or visual representation, and also reporting. Created by Rosika and Robert Gentleman at the University of Auckland, and as of now, it has grown over time. And out rather, it has gotten to attend that we are having what the R community within Ghana among our universities and for our undergraduate and postgraduate students. And I think just like we have a club like science club, let's also take this as our club, as our community, and use it to make sure that we are very conversant with it. I don't like teaching people things. I only like, because one of my favorite quotes, let's say that it says, show me when you engage me with it and you leave me with it, I will do better than, because the 80% of things that I teach you forget, but the things that you learn by yourself, they stick better with you. If I come and stand in front of you and I teach you immunology, chemical pathology, blah, 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 and I go away, you only learn them because it's exams. After exams, 70% of what I taught you will dissipate. If I ask you again, you tell me, you swear heaven and earth, you've not heard that thing before. This thing, me, I swear I've not seen it before. This, so you taught me this, I don't remember. I'm not surprised, you will not remember. But the things that you learn, that's why I keep on saying, pay the price, pay the dues, determine. And all people who learn by themselves, by the time they finish, they own it. It becomes part and parcel of them. So I don't like, no. I would rather provoke you to go and learn by yourself. And once you are provoked and you get to the consistency level, remember I've said it is not how brilliant, no. Acquire the consistency. Anything that you want to do it for 21 days. It becomes a habit and it's part of you. Then from there, you can go on your own. So once that habit is developed and you have it, you are good to go. So prepare yourself, your mind, that I want to develop this habit here. And I'm saying that every day, just spend 2 hours. Say every day I'm spending 2 hours in R. Do it for 21 days. Call me and let's talk. By that time, you develop the habits. I don't need to talk to you again. You are good to go. So it's freely available too. It's freely available. And there are a whole lot of community, other people around to support you to do it. And once you've acquired a skill, remember, just like a profession, if you know how to drive, you know how to drive. Can somebody take that thing from you? If you're a plumber, you're a plumber. Can somebody take that knowledge from you? If you know how to do analysis with R, you have it. Nobody can take it from you. It's with you. When you wake up from your sleep, you talk R, you know R. That's how it should be. And that's where the world is going into. It's an accumulation of individual skills and no more certificates. Accumulation of individual skills. So you put down on your CV, I'm competent in R, competent in Geo what? Yeah, you put it, I have this. Then the person knows this guy is cosmopolitan. I can use him here, I can use him here, I can use it. Then all that you put, Microsoft Office, Masaya, I have BSc in Actuarial Science, BSc in Masa, or BSc. Apart from that, what other thing that you can individually say, me, I'm good here, for which we can bring you on board to remember? Immediately, and a CEO sees you. You tell, I've seen this, go and do. Then you go. Let me tell you a story. There's these 2 guys come from the same institution, the same everything. They're in the same company. And one was being promoted and given all the other one. This guy, they are doing the same thing. How come it's every time? Then he got angry. He have negative sentiment against his brother. And so I him to go and let, what are you doing that I'm not doing? You rather have become jealous, and this is most of us, our character. Then he went to the manager, the CEO, and said, I'm resigning. What does this boy do? We all do the every damn promotion. It's okay. Come. There's a pineapple shop there. Go and ask them how much they can supply us. How much they can supply. a pineapple, I said watermelon shop somewhere. Then he went, he said, oh, they have watermelon. They said they can supply it for 6 months at a go. They said, okay. Then he called, I've been getting promotion every time. So Kofi, go to the same information to him. Go to the other the shop. Ask them how much watermelon they can do, what they can supply. Meanwhile, they use watermelon and eat products for sub stuff. Like they even use the cover to feed their pig. They use some to produce different types of juice and all those things. That's what their company does. So their CEO sent the guy who want to resign because he thinks the other guys are always been promoted to go and find out how much they can supply watermelon. It's a watermelon farm they can supply. So he just went there and said, oh, they can supply for 6 months. Then he sent the other guy. The other guy went and came and said, oh, boss, they said they can supply for 6 months. And they will give it to us at this price. But if we can sign an extra contract with them for 1 year, they will give it to us at this price. When we compare it with these people we are buying from, it means we will make a profit of this. He had used our plenty analysis. Then when he came and he was about to give his report, his manager CEO called the other guy to come and do what? To come and listen to the result he's giving. Then after that, if you're a CEO, who will you promote? He just meets you in a corridor and tell you, Charlie, yesterday. So the word also evolves around ideas. Everything is it's all about what? Ideas. You can be passing, hear something, an idea comes through your mind. Like my students, the way I tell them. When I'm reviewing a paper, I say, no, so this one they did this, they did that, they did that. Go and that to make the paper better and give it to us a proposal for somebody to write. I'm done with you. The student I met, I told you this. If it's 3 minutes, I'm done with you. You should come back with a proposal that is better than what the manuscript I've seen, because I've seen all the lapses and what you can do to make it better. So if I've taught you how to write proposal and I met you or we met in a car, I say, Master, this people, I've given you the website, blah, 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 blah. Go and do this. I'm waiting for you. When you bring nonsense, you are fired. I will not tell you, but in my mind, I fired you. Another person too will come and say, you have done. You see those who are trying. And those who, based on that, you see the category of student that you have. Those who go the extra mile and those who say, you ask me to go and ask for the price. So I've also come for the price. You said you want, how much do they sell it? The other guy comes and tells you, oh, these people sell it for this. These people will give you all the market prices. And people, the bargains. He had done all the job that the CEO, he had done, they moved 2 steps ahead. That's why I normally tell my students, they should do that. When they ask you to go 1 mile, go 2 miles. And this thing can serve as once it's freely available and it can be supported by Linux, Windows, depending on what you are using. My Windows is even of late making noise. Maybe you have to move to Mac. Then you see, irrespective of what you are having, you can even use your phone, and it will be there to help you. So the R is everything. It's connecting every dot. It's a platform upon which everything can lingers on or can serve as a method to it. And this afternoon or this morning, you're still in the morning, I want to encourage you to say, make a declaration to yourself that I want to own it. You're not doing it for me. You are doing it for yourself. So that you can add that as part of competence that you have done what you have acquired. The BSc is good, but it's not enough. By virtue of where we are going and things are going, you have to challenge yourself more. The BScs and our MScs and our PhDs are now just like a platform. You have to leverage on it for individual skills acquisition and let your name become synonymous. Like I was telling my student, if I want R, you should be the person that your name should come to mind. That's what I mean when I say your name should become synonymous with it. Okay? All my boys, each of them have what their names are synonymous with in my head. I have one particular student. if I'm supposed to do some presentation, international one, I want to put my day together. I gave it to him. It's no more. He's not doing his PhD in Germany. I got to my boy, this presentation, give me. But when I do present PowerPoint, my goodness. So you see, everybody have their own what strengths, and I know the strength. So you think I now have to have time to go and waste now going to do PowerPoint? I'm about that. I don't have that time. I pick a phone and I call him and say, Master, I'm going to do this and that. It's okay, yes, sir. How many times do you have? Okay, the thing is in 1 week time. It take 3 days to do it. I would take 3 days to go by it. And 3 days you deliver. Think I have time to go and learn art at this time? I don't have time. I have to make sure you have components, people within the team who have that what? Who have that skill. So do it as a master. We use experience and other knowledge and other software to interrogate it. But you have the time now, that's what I keep on telling you. Because to get to a time where you cannot marry being a lecturer, committee chairman, we can't do all, you go mad. The things are just too many. You can't do all of it. You are a father, you are a husband, you are a consultant, you are a mentor, you are it's crazy. You can't do all. So you have to know how to leverage and pick the expertise of what? The community around you. And this morning I'm selling art to you. I'm like those who sell medicines in Trotro. I'm selling this medicine for you. It can cure you of a lot of diseases. It can cure of cocoa, anemia. All these things I can cure for you. One medicine. This one medicine can cure you of a lot of what? Diseases. Because my other collaborators, when you meet in their lab, that's where I learned that thing from. You can't do anything, all of them, you go mad. So you don't have to leverage. But it's another way of remaining relevant. It's another way of remaining what? Relevant. When we are in a group and we can't identify you with anything, you are irrelevant. I will not call you. So ask yourself, what are you relevant for? If you are in my research team, what can you do? Can you write a scientific writing? Can you write? Can you do statistics? Can you use R? What's your knowledge in grantmanship? Can you apply for a grant? How much money? Do you know where to look for the grant funding? Once you are thinking of how to bring the next funding, you think I should worry myself with R2? No, R is there, it can be there, but we have to look for the money first. So it becomes one medicine that can cure a lot of what? Diseases. Remain relevant, become impactful. Become what? Impactful. You find yourself in an area that we don't have any relevance of you. It's pathetic. Acquire some skill. And let your name, I keep on saying it, let your name become synonymous with that statement. Do you understand it? If you say your name is synonymous with something, do you understand it very well? Let me give you an example. I have a mechanic, one particular mechanic. If I've tried mechanics, so I've isolated him because he's serious. You know, some mechanics, if the thing is small, he wants the car to sleep there. But that guy, his motto is no car sleeps in my shop. So you get these two mindsets. You see how you can see the difference in what? Their work. Remain relevant. Make sure that in any environment you find yourself, you can make an impact. When they find that you can make an impact and the role is being mentioned, whether you don't need to be there, your name will be mentioned. What did I say? You don't need to be there, your name will be mentioned. Because your name is synonymous with that thing that they are looking for. No frown. So acquire this skill and let your name become synonymous with that skill. You think right now that we are doing this, we are doing R this thing, and it's on university website, you blah 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 blah. We are doing R. If there's anything R, who would they call? Who do you think they will call? They will call you. So what are the features of R? It's well-developed, simple, effective programming language, which includes conditionals, loops, user-defined recursive functions, input, output facilities, etc., etc. It's such an effective data handling and storage facility. Remember, the name of the game right now is about space now, Charlie. Especially those of us who were into sequencing and all those things right now. It's about space. And one thing about R2, you see, it becomes relevant also in what? Bioinformatics. Bioinformatics. It provides a large, coherent, and integrated collection of tools for data analysis. It provides graphical facilities. I think the first lecture did that. And helps, remember, I said, a picture speaks what? 1,000 words than what? It speaks more than 1,000 words. And these are some of the codes, commands, and how some of the graphical interface of R. It's all about codings. It reminds me of integration, a matrix, integration and matrix. So you know that if you know matrix and binomials, you know binomials. So you come and tell me what to do if you don't know binomials. What are you talking about? You're telling me that formal education is not good. Somebody who has done matrix, integrals, then binomials, he will appreciate R better than you. Eben, is that not the case? It's the case. What is your name synonymous with? Ask yourself. Keep the answer to yourself. Don't tell me. So right now we know how popular it is. We know R is now very, very popular. And as I've said, it leverages on so many things for data analysis, inference, and also machine learning algorithm. You see, right now it's also giving you another platform you can. Because right now, let me tell you, if you're not doing AI or what you call machine learning, ML, forget it. Right now, if you want to apply for grants and the grant you are looking for, you don't add artificial intelligence, you don't add machine learning on face animal, because that is a trend. 4 years ago, it was COVID. If you are doing anything, you don't have COVID component on face animal, on farm now. Right now, you're applying for any grant right now, and there's no artificial learning, there's no machine learning algorithm, forget it. How can you go to that area if you don't have expertise there? You cannot think to understand what goes on within that enclave. So you see, it becomes like a staircase. One give you the leverage. I keep on saying, give you the advantage. Small advantage, then small advantage, then you pick it, small advantage. So these are some of the advantages of R over other existing software. Rich package ecosystem, and ecosystem underline. The ecosystem simply means like a community helping where everybody you can easily within an environment meets everything. Statistical analysis, data visualization, community support, reproducible research. That's very, very key. In science and all those things that we do should be what? Reproducible. If it's not reproducible, it's no science. Then flexibility, extensibility, academic research use, data handling, and blah, blah, blah. Look at that visualization. You must see, you will love it. But you see that GraphPad, Prism, Medcac, they are limited in giving you some of these what? Advanced visualizations. Okay. Look at all this. And I think the previous speaker gave us much more than this. Okay. And these are all different types of what visualization packages that the R comes with. Now, this data tells you how the versatility of the R within your. So you can see that in academia, healthcare, fintech companies, retail, social media, data, everywhere, everybody is talking about what R. So you see that your knowledge in R can help you to do that Google course on what social media marketing and those stuff. People talk about staying at home and doing business that will earn you 1 or 2 money and stuff. These are all things that you can easily do to serve as other sources of income if you are very good in this. And as I've said, Google have a lot. It's Google that I know I play around with more. So that's why I'm saying it. And it doesn't mean as Twitter, IBM, and all this they don't. But let's pick even Microsoft, Facebook, and Google alone. You don't need to have, or just be faithful in these three. I tell you, go places. Even Google alone, they have a lot of courses, free courses that you can easily do, but do one at a time. So when you are faithful in little, you'll be faithful in much also. So try to be faithful. Let's start with R. Once you are faithful with it, then you could see that you can go to the Python, and you see that with your background in R, when you are moving to Python, life is cool. You'll be cruising. And imagine you want to do internship or there's a job opportunity by any of these companies. You think it's the BSc they will look for? Hello? You think it's the BSc they will look for? It is just giving you the platform for you to do reading and writing, and also to do some addition and also subtraction. And that is baseline. Then the rest is the skill. Which skill are you synonymous with? Which skill are you synonymous with? And this morning, I just want you to make it a point that we're going to start with an R. And as I've said, nobody is a failure. You become a failure only when you do what? You stop trying. You stop trying. That's only when you are a failure. But once you keep on doing it, one day you pass. You know that even as lecturers, with first student, they say this time around I have to pass the student. Do you know that situation? At that time, you have no choice than to pass the student. And Novartis, Google. So these are people who use various data, this pharmaceutical, tech, and all these industries. They don't need your BSc. They need the skill that you are adding to the BSc. And I'm here to provoke you this morning. Provoke you that remain relevant, impactful, but consciously. And I think for being here alone means you've taken the right step. It means you have purposed in your heart that you want to do it. So I'll just encourage you to take the next leap of faith. But at least every 2 hours per day, you isolate yourself and baptize yourself with it. Do it 21 days. I remember the first one is what? 21 days. After 21 days, a habit is what? Is formed. The rest, I don't need to challenge you again. You are good to go. And once you have those things, when these people are talking, you can have the confidence to also what? Talk some. Because the BSc alone is not what? It's not enough. Why do you have to learn it? I think I've said all these things again. Said it all. And the kind of data we are generating daily. Even you know that even videos are now even data. Because we are not communicating. There are people who come and they won't say anything. They just teach 2, 3, 4 videos of other people and a story is told. A story is told. You won't open his mouth to say anything. Just teaching videos. They are all data and the story is told. So it gives you advantage on all these areas. And that also puts you in an area. Then also the job opportunities. The job opportunities are there for you once you're able to acquire this. So I'm saying once again, our BScs, our various areas of specialization, they are good. But where we are heading towards is not good enough. you want to have your name become synonymous with something, and I'm just challenging you that make R one of them. And you may, once you remain relevant with it, you don't need to be there, your name will be mentioned. Thank you very much. And I'll give you time for 1 or 2 questions.
Okay. Thank you very much for the great presentation. So as I said, whether you're a beginner, you're intermediate, you're advanced, by the time we finish, we will all be at a particular level. Any question? Any question? Okay. Yes.
Mine is not a question, but in fact, I'll put myself to be a blessing today to start with R. The first day I joined the Arrow community on Zoom, you were the one doing the presentation. In fact, I was confused totally. But I think with Prof motivations this morning, I think I'll be blessed. And I will plead if the presentations, if you can share the slides on the platform for us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Yes, so you'll be fine as from export. Yes, any other contribution? Yes.
Thank you very much. This presentation was very lively. And my question is, as an undergraduate or a postgraduate student, you realize that especially for undergrads, you will not have any basis or any basics in any of the softwares. So which one should you as an undergrad or even a postgraduate student? There are postgraduate students who have no knowledge in any of the softwares for data analysis or which one should you focus on to build on for the rest of the programs? Thank you.
I don't know the programs that your various university does. I'll use my own research group as an example. Okay. As I've said, there are so many things that formal education will not do, will not consciously teach you. Your ability to even getting the desire to be part of our community in itself gives you the needed advantage. So what I will say is that, let me use mine as an example. I have undergraduate, postgraduate, and even PhD students we supervise, and I've come out of the existing ones. And of all the skills that you have to acquire, I've enumerated them. By the time you finish first semester, these are the skills you have to acquire. How to write proposal, how to do PowerPoint, manuscript, to do data analysis. So they are all part of the things I will use to judge you. And checkpoints of this time, these are the skills you do what you're supposed to acquire. So once, if you may not be lucky to have maybe a well-structured form like this, but once you've gotten to know about it, you can make that conscious effort individually, as I've said, by yourself, that I want to know statistics. How do I go about it? You can even ask the R community, ask them, put it there. I'm a novice here. Where should I start from? As some of them, when I was starting, I made mention of Stata, SPSS, GraphPad Prism, Medcac. Then if you can be SL, advanced SL, and even give you all the background information you need in basic statistics. Then thereafter, you can even start with, do you know we have program for kids? If they can develop coding for kids, how much more you let's start. You can even start from coding for the kids. Then move from there, and you see that and once you are doing it, the next one is just like watching videos on YouTube. Immediately you see related videos. So immediately you start, you see related stuff that are coming, and you do it. I will not teach you yourself. You know that's my key. Yes, once I teach you, you forget. Then once you make that conscious effort that I'm starting from here, I tell you everything is online. I think maybe I didn't say it. Everything on this earth right now is online. Even how to kill is online. But don't go and kill. If you kill, they catch you. I'm not part of it. But I'm just saying it. Everything is where it's online, and they have some you have to pay, some you will not pay. If you have to pay, do you know that a program? Around 120 Ghana cedis, and I'm doing a refresher course on personal development. And this is somebody program, the person has arranged it, and I just have to spend 30 minutes a day to listen to that podcast. So it's a podcast and a set of questions. They are doing what they are asking. I paid for it. I've just done two. I'll find time and go and clear them. But once, because I've paid, I have access to the portal, so I can go there anytime to do it. There are some you have to pay. Sorry. When I finish with my BSc, if I want to venture into molecular techniques, at that time, who got the DNA? But who will be that? What's that? The DNA, they are saying they are asking DNA, RNA, is it a male or a female? How will I? Then there was one association I was joining, American Association of Clinical Chemistry. They have an online course. It's called Fundamentals of Molecular Pathology. That's at that time, 2009, there about. I pay $100 and have to then give somebody the money to somebody outside and for somebody to pay so that I can get. It's an online course. The rest they say is what? It's history. That's what I said. The rest they say is history. After taking that Fundamentals of Molecular Pathology, I just say, so okay, so this thing is not rocket science. DNA is not a male or a female. It's just a structure like this. Then it got to a time the association was paying me to attend their conferences in America. So some of them take the initiative. If you have to pay, pay. You know that because I paid, I was serious. If I didn't pay, I wouldn't have been serious. That's one thing I've also realized. Things that we don't pay, we take it for granted. So there are some things I do, I will charge you. I charge you because you paid, you come. You also come. When you do programs and you say they are for free. So that day, so my mother, cousin, sister was sick and you will come. But if I've collected the money, you will come. If you don't come, I've collected the money already. So that's why I made that statement. Pay your dues. You're paying your dues to it. Okay.
Yes. Another, the next question.
Thank you, Prof, for your knowledge shared. Please, my question is like, I wanted to ask if you are using AI in your biomedical research, and if yes, how can I or someone who is a novice or a beginner in R be able to use AI tools in aiding him or her in R data analysis? And if possible, if you can share us some of the AI tools as a beginner or as an intermediate in R, which can assist us in able to execute or learn more in R. Thank you.
So AI or ML is a mindset, and it cuts across. You know, it's not my area. It comes from physics, engineering. That's what it emanates from. So the research question I would then ask myself as a biomedical related scientist is, how do I add that knowledge into what I'm doing? So I can start from basic. What is the current AI in? You can ask even through ChatGPT or any of the tools. Ask them, what is the current AI in this area? And you'll see all of it will start coming. You read all of them. The life and everything evolves with what? Ideas. I keep on saying everything starts from where? It's an idea. And the idea comes to mind. You see, then you put it down. Let me tell you one story that you can leverage on this. When I was about to do my postdoc, I went for a conference. You see, everything is about what? Ideas. It's about what? Ideas. I just listened to somebody making a presentation. I think it was in South Africa. No. Yeah, it was in South Africa. Then they were talking about aptamers. Aptamers are like a nucleic acid engineering that we use is for diagnostics. And in malaria, in South Africa, they have a lot of HIV cases. So they've used that concept, the aptama concept, to develop diagnostics for what? For HIV. Okay, for HIV. Then I saw a call, a postdoc call, that they want diagnostics in brucellosis. Then what I asked myself, can't I extrapolate that concept the same from HIV? Now I'm just changing my what? My disease target. You know, so I'm just changing my what? Disease target from HIV to what? Brucellosis. The rest they say is what? Is history. It's ideas. So you pick the idea, then you see, so like coming here, networking and all those, the ideas are coming, people are talking, you are reading, like we are doing postgraduate seminar workshop currently ongoing. Get the brochure, go through. Ideas will start coming. So you see how you see that thing in tandem with what you do. So AI, you can ask and see what is happening. Then from there, you can then ask your research question based on your hypothesis and all those things. Then thereafter, once you feel, I'm not an expert in AI. No, I then have to go and talk to a colleague lecturer who is what? An expert in Massa. This is what I do. What I want to bring this your concept into what? This my concept. Then he will tell you this one is possible, this one is not possible. The robot can turn left, it can't turn right. Yeah, okay, okay. Then I'll take left from inside. Then, do you understand? So that's how we go about it. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Okay.
Prof, permit me to share a little insight about what he asked. Quite recently, I'm writing my thesis on issues concerning breast cancer. And the variables I'm dealing with are so many, and I wanted to find interactions among them and how they influence the outcomes of patient treatment and others. So I used ChatGPT. I'm quite familiar with Stata and SPSS. So I don't know, something came to my mind. I wanted to see how I could go about it. So I just typed in my variables and I asked him to use some examples of data sets and provide me the steps to analyze the data. And when I keyed in, it came. SPSS came.
It will come.
The steps. And then I saw art. I never knew anything about that though. It showed me all the codes that I needed to do this. If I want to regress, I should do this. If I want to do this, I should do that. And then it showed me data. So I went and picked my data and started following it bit by bit, and I was going. So I think it can really be very helpful. You can even use ChatGPT, natural language AI, to learn the codes in R. And that'll be good. And that'll be very helpful.
Thank you so much for sharing this with us. I think it buttressed the point I've said that even how to kill is online.
Okay, so can I add a little response?
Okay.
Yeah, so in R, we have a whole repository called biomark. And if you load that repository, you can get the biological or medical science packages. And in fact, when you saw the presentation I made about COVID genomic data, I used some of those packages. So that will be the beginning for you. They are generally not in R unless you upload or you download those ones or you install them on your machine. Bio Manager, that helps you to get the tools for medical research. And we have a lot of packages like for forest plots. That is also a very useful package in the medical statistics, medical science in R. Thank you for the attention.
Okay. Yes. Any other question? Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Last question. So last question.
Please, this is my first time being introduced to our language. and I've done a little bit about Power BI. So I want to know how differs from our language and the Power BI and other language like Python and SQL.
Yeah, I think they all have different. It's one, the interface. Power BI has more of click options. You have to know R is purely programming language. Ask, like for example, SPSS, you are going to click like tabs, menus. We don't have that in R. I don't know whether you've experienced any programming language before, like Python. Have you code? Yes, it's the same thing we do in R. So R is pure coding. So if you want to say the mean age, you're not going to click as we have in it. You have to code, write the scripts to say maybe mean, then you put in the variable. Yes, okay. Yes, okay. So I think before that, Prof, thank you very much. Yes. Okay, so at this point, we will just add few contributions, then we move to the next present. All right, okay.
It's break, lunch break.
Okay. I just want to add that with the SQL doesn't have the capabilities of R. So SQL is structured query language. So you use it to extract data and then look at some, how do I put this? You just look at the structure and then some descriptive statistics. But R is powerful enough to go into the statistical details of your data. So SQL is also purely coding. There are no graphical interfaces like Power BI and then Excel. But the main difference between SQL and R is that SQL cannot do statistics like the regression analysis and then multivariate analysis. Those machine learning, no, SQL cannot do that. SQL only does like descriptive statistics. Yeah, so that is what I wanted to add.
Okay, thank you very much. So as you said, is moving from one software to another is one, what you want to do. And two, how easily you want to do those things. And three, how deep you want to do those particular things. So as we move from one software to another to become more complex, and some of them to be able to do a lot of complex things. Yes, any other? Mandali. Yes, Mandali, proceed with your question. Mandali, can you unmute? Or you text in the chat? Okay. Sure. Okay, Dr. Paul.
Yes,
I don't know if you have, okay.
That was a contribution I gave earlier on.
Okay, that's fine.
On the tools in R.
Okay, yes, Dr. Nepuri.
Yes, I think thank you for the presentation, very insightful and deep. My advice is that we really need to do away with the fear. I think the fear is causing us to not to go into whatever would help us. Because at the end of the day, if you see these software as software that are not in your area and you need special people to handle them, you have it wrong. So I would urge all of you to begin something. Sometimes curiosity can help. Start from a humble beginning, get onto the YouTube as they said, every information is there. Started with a GPT chat to you try as much as possible to be interactive. Are you okay? And again, there are skills for those ones to how to even search. And even if you ask the chat GPT, how do I search in you? How do I search from you? How do I do it? It will tell you. So you have a way of handling all these things. So please, let's do away with fear, and let's not say that this belongs to a special group of field, but it belongs to all of us. In fact, it's universal. It's versatile for all of us to use it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. So I think we will stress 2 minutes, but unfortunately we will take another presentation before we go for the break. So just 2 minutes, stress, refresh, meditate on what we've received so far. Talk to the person beside you, ask the person, where are you from? Connect. Yes. Let's do that. 2 minutes. Yes. Yes. Okay, so as part of the protocol here, so anytime we start, you have to know the place. So if you want to locate the washroom, either use the door here or the door here. You go straight, you see the label, washroom. Anyway, I think that's the only protocol we have here. Yes. Other than that, everything will communicate to you. Mm. Mm. I think they are going out. So those moving, let's hurry up and come back. This our page is not.
I like what Dr. Napoleon said, that let's take every fear away. We don't need to fear. Our scripture says that God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power, of love, and of sound mind. I believe you will have sound mind to learn R. Amen. Yes. So there's nothing to fear. Nobody is perfect. In the R world, when you say that you are intermediate, you are advanced, what is the yardstick? You will not get. There's thin line between a beginner and an intermediate and advanced learner or user of R. So I just want us to have this, that there's nothing to fear. I want to stress what my big boss, Dr. Napoleon, said, that there's nothing to fear. Tell your neighbor, we are in church, there's nothing to fear. Yes, there's not. Oh, I can't see you. Tell your neighbor, look at eyeball to eyeball and say that there's nothing to fear. Yes. So this is not only Ghana R Users Community Program. This is a collaboration with NIHR Data Hub. That's the Ghana Data Hub. Dr. Napoleon, I hope I got it right. Yes, data center. And it's these two families that have made this possible. Like we said, when things are free, we tend not to value it. But trust me, I believe that you value it. That is why you are here. You left everything that you had to do to be here. You traveled all these kilometers. Those of us coming from Tamale. I came from Winneba. I set off 10 p.m. through the flood at Ocherku. The bridge broke, but we fought with you. And I got here this morning. I haven't slept because I believed worth it. Tell your neighbors. All right. I believe it's a good introduction. So, to alleviate our fears, how am I going to learn? Will I get that support and all that? That is why there is formation of what our user groups everywhere in the country. By the grace of God, there are groups in, I think we have 14 regions covered now. And along the way, I will mention the leaders that are here. I will introduce some of them. Probably you'll be the next person to start a user group in your area. Is it a good thing? We must champion it. Yes, Excel is there. Yes, SPSS is there. In my field, we have GraphPad, Medicac, Stata is there. But trust me, R is there. And that is why I'm not here to talk about Excel. We are not here to talk about Stata. Like we sit in a room, we are championing R. And we want to live power of R in all that we do. Some of us are agriculturists. Some of us are lecturers, medical doctors. You will have a use of R in your area. There is even graphic designing, using R to do graphic designing. So it's not only in the financial field or the medical field or the academia. It has extended to graphic or the arts field. So please, you are in a good place. I won't say anything about Stata, GraphPad, you can do it, but if you have the mic, you can talk about it. But so far as I have this mic, Doc, shouldn't I say it? Yes. If you also get the mic, come and tell yours. I am talking about R. Somebody say amen. So I want to welcome you again to this conference. And the mission, like I said, is to foster a vibrant community of R enthusiasts that we can share knowledge, we can collaborate, and do exciting projects. I believe that we may have other people in the financial sector, others in the medical field, and all that. There is a way we can leverage and, like you said, to do some projects that is going to help all of us. There are benefits actually in joining these user groups wherever you find yourself. Some of us are thinking, where I am, I may be alone, or I don't have anybody to help me. I want to do AI using R. I want to analyze my postgraduate data. How am I going to do it? Yes, you may have ChatGPT, but trust me, don't depend solely on ChatGPT. ChatGPT can also give you false codes. It depends how you use the prompts. So that is where having people that you relate with is also very important. So when you have this user group, you will have variety of perspectives. People will talk and we examine topics in different ways, having different viewpoints. And you are going to have engaging discussions. Somebody said that I think my brother with breast cancer was talking about ChatGPT giving him codes on Stata, codes on Excel, and then R. So maybe you are strong in Stata and you want to get to R. There is a way you can go about it. And when you have somebody who has transitioned from maybe using Stata to R, maybe using Excel R to R in your area, the person can also help you. So our group members become both fellow learners and teachers, because the best way to learn, as our professors always say, is to what? Oh, is to what? Is to teach. So I have said 2 + 2 is 4. So I know I go to R, I open scripts, I do this 2 + 2. Okay, next time I meet my brother, please, what's your name? Ima. I say, Ima, I've learned something new. I have learned 2 + 2. How to code 2 + 2 in R. So let me teach you. It's a way of reinforcing what you have learned. And it even broadens your mind. It enhances your critical thinking. And you should take R like a second language. So there's a way you can improve your vocabs. Just like a second language learner, when you interact with others that speak the language, it helps you. It helps you to understand the language, the grammar, the structure of the language, and all that. In the same way, when you are learning R, when you have people that are in the field that are learning like you are able to leverage on their expertise, and then you learn, you develop your vocabs. You've heard they are talking about packages. As you are here, you are thinking, is it DHL coming to give me something, or FedEx are going to send a package? No. Package is just like saying that a set of codes that you can use to do something, a particular thing in R. So when you are in a group, joining a city group, Tamale, Cape Coast, Kumasi, it will help you to also improve the way you understand the language. And there is accountability and support. Trust me, you can never do it alone. You can never do it alone. You will always need a watch over your shoulder. So groups hold each other accountable. There will be times where a data is sent into the group when we're doing our trainings. And you are supposed to do what? Work on the project. We all have a discussion. So you know that there will be a meeting. You won't sit there and say, oh, maybe I just came. No, you try and your hands on it. It helps you. We encourage each other. No one is perfect in R. Trust me, the best of best, they always make mistakes in their codes. That is why you debug your code all the time. No one is perfect. Even the best hands, they make mistakes. So social support will foster confidence and resilience, and it will make each group work together very, very, very well. And then we will have a shared identity, and we emulate. You collaborate with your peers, and then you share. Sometimes you may have people in one group. Let's say I'm in the medical field, so I'll use that as we are all in the medical field. Okay, like my brother working on breast cancer. We all have a discussion on it. How best can we solve this issue? You have this data. These are your objectives. How are we going to help you to do it? Probably you have started, but you faced a challenge. You bring it up to the community of people in finance, community of people in other areas, social sciences. I think at this point I will make this. Somebody said that he was used to qualitative analysis. Okay, boss, doc, all right. You are a social scientist. And to us, we think that R is only for quantitative analysis. I'm here to tell you that you can use R for qualitative analysis. As you use what in vivo, you use Atlas TI, you sometimes use Max QD or something like that. There are packages in R that can help you code. Because most qualitative things, you develop your themes and all that. There are packages to help you. So your understanding, even in qualitative analysis, I don't know what you use, probably in vivo. Yes, you can build upon that and use R to do it. So no fears. You are not coming to R just to learn quantitative, but you add on to develop your qualitative skills as well. So that is what I want to bring to our attention, that when you have people that share the same identity, and then you develop together, you grow together. So at this point, I want to talk about a little bit about the importance of R. Other speakers have spoken about it, that it's used for statistics. Yes, it's very suited for handling data. It excels in data wrangling. Somebody said, when I get the data, how do I clean it? That is data wrangling, data manipulation. R helps you in that. R helps you to visualize your data and to model. I remember my brother in Breast was talking about a lot of variables that he needed to use to solve his problem. Sometimes you need to model even malaria now. My professor or my Dr. Napoleon, who is a clinical epidemiologist, can speak to that. That a lot of modeling in even mosquito researches. There are so many things that you can do and use R for. Now we are using R for big things, big data, data science. Data science is just, when you hear data science, please don't mind them. It's just statistics. We say things to reduce the name to its barest minimum. Strip it of all this data science, this. What are you doing? How would I use R to solve my problem? That is all. And it's widely used. R is widely used in academia, research, statistics, now machine learning, artificial intelligence, and all that. I don't know your field, I don't know where you want to apply R in, but I want to assure you, as an R evangelist today, that whatever and wherever you find yourself, whichever field you find yourself, you can apply R to do. Dr. Edmond, is it not true? It's correct. My boss said it's correct. So I've been given. So we use R in all these areas, financial analysis. Reverend Father has used that to talk about the SDGs. There's so much to do. We have asked ourselves, how are we going to use R to scrape data from the internet? It's possible when we set our heart to do. You are a beginner. Don't go and say, I want to scrape data today. They just gave birth to you and you want to run like Usain Bolt. That is where we become tired. That is where we lose the desire. Because we set our hopes so high. Hey, I'm coming R. Where? From today, I will do modeling with R. I beg you, no. Take your time. R is a language. You learn the basics. You are taught the alphabet. And then the alphabet, you add 2 words. Ba, S, O, so, T, O. You don't start and you are saying philosophy. You are saying flabbergasted. No, you start from the basics. It's a grammar of language. You learn the grammar. You take your time. So for you not to push yourself to a point where you are exhausted, start from the beginning. Learn the alphabet, learn the numbers, then you grow from there. I believe somebody will say, why have you put R is easy to learn? Where people are saying that there's a deep learning curve when somebody wants to learn R. But I want to tell you that R is easy to learn. The syntax is straightforward. It all depends on 2 things: your desire. Your desire. Desire will carry you. It interprets data graphically. And it helps you. There are packages that will help you as you have analyzed your data. Is this one significant or not significant? R can do all that. Whether you are organizing structured or unstructured data? Doc, whether structured or unstructured data, most qualitative are unstructured data. True or correct? So R provides a robust capability in doing that. So if you are in the field of social science, there are so many books on R. R to be used by social scientists, R in medicine, R in finance. And most of these books will be made available to us. Sometimes you need a particular book to do something. That is why we have the pages. Put your questions there. Put your problems there. There are people within us that will be able to help you. So what are our aims or the goals and objectives of setting up an R user group where you find yourself? For learning, number one, we organize workshops, we organize tutorials, we sometimes organize guest speakers. Maybe you are in the field of geography and you want to learn something about spatial analysis or medical geography. There are guest speakers or experts that we know that will be readily available to help and to support. So maybe on your campus, I will use my campus as an example. My group, we have geography students there, we have mathematics students, we have ICT students as the basic core. So if we are organizing workshops, your workshop should be like a buffet. Look within your group. Let everybody be satisfied. It's not everybody that will eat banku. It's not everybody that will eat rice. As you teach the basics, then you can bring the expert to give specific topics or presentation on particular topics. So we learn in this our small groups, city groups, because we can meet together. We can network, even as we are here. I believe, I don't know where I will meet you. You don't know where we will meet. Maybe your to-be husband or to-be wife is here. And I like what my doc said, that maybe next time we must invite, every man should bring one lady so that we have a lot of women here. It's like the balancing is not balancing. Or doc? Yes. So networking is so important. You may find yourself somewhere that, oh, I remember I met somebody at this conference who is into maybe the finance world, and I'm going to do a work around that area. You can speak to that person, and probably a help will come from there. It's good that we network. As you have come here, please don't be anti-so. We are all here to know each other, to support each other. I've mentioned some few names. Sometimes that is how now I know Ima, Dr. Edmond from somewhere I know. Dr. Napoleon, yes. There are a few that I also have to know, like my social scientist from Kumasi Technical University, right? Yes. So we network. And then there's chance for collaboration. We can organize hackathons, arathons. Yes. Some are doing what? It's okay. Cookathons, singathons. I said I'm an R evangelist, so we are doing arathons. We do projects. You do a work like our professor, Reverend Doctor, shared his presentation. You can share your course for others to also learn from. It's very important. We can do code reviews. The way you coded, probably as it is rendered, it takes a very long time. Probably there's something you could have done to shorten that time or to help you get a better outcome. So don't be shy. You say that, okay, today you are presenting. We put a data there, and then the group says that today, present how you solved your problem. Don't be shy. We are all learning. You do that, and then you get help and feedback, because that is going to help all of us. So in every social media, every group or our user group, there are meetings. It depends on the group. It depends on your area. It's yes, we can have monthly meetups. Some may choose the third Thursday of each month. Maybe you look at your area and you believe that Friday will be okay, Saturday will be okay. Let it work such a way that everybody will participate or majority will participate. Please, am I delivering something good to us? Yes. And what can we do? Probably there you can have our tutorials. Like my brother asked, how do I clean my data? So, okay, we have done the basics of R, using R, setting up R, using R Studio and all that. Now, people you say, okay, let's learn about data manipulation. Let's learn about data visualization. So like I'm saying, it depends on your group and the people are within the group. You can also give lightning talks where members will share their R-related experiences. I use R to write a report. I believe the next presenter after the break will share on that. You can have invited experts, like I said, to come and then also share what they have. So in the meeting or your meeting plans, these are some of the things that you can think about. And then the online platforms which have been shared, we have our own website. You can have the YouTube channels, which will make them all available to us. And then the GitHub repository, where you can have, there are other repositories that you can also use, RPubs, in short for R publications. You don't need to give a very solid research. Probably you just learned about doing a visualization. You had the data in visualize. You can publish it there. It's in your name. And you can put that even on your CV. Whoever wants to see, the skill is important. Somebody said that he valued a certain passport than PhD. Like my professor said, foundations are also important. If you didn't have basics, would you have gotten that? No. So don't let anybody deceive you. You can also collaborate with some local organizations. Like I said, I will use my place as an example. I'm in a university community. So I'm using that avenue to get people to also love R and to teach R. So I've spoken to some of the departments, geography, mathematics, ICT. I'm yet to get to the arts department. So you can collaborate. Like this conference, I said it is not Ghana R users community alone, but we are also collaborating with Ghana Data Center. Everything is collaboration, else you would die an untimely death. You need support. You can seek partnership for your meeting spaces. So at my university, I know where I can go and get a place. Sponsorship for refreshments. And then you can have expertise, guest speakers, and workshops. That is going to also help. Then you can diversify the content. It's not always one way. You can have workshops, like I said, hands-on sessions. This particular conference is not about hands-on per se, but to whet our appetites. The hands-on will come after this conference, where we move together and we start our monthly trainings. Please add yourself up to it. Make sure that your area is working. And that is where we are going to do a lot of the trainings on Tidyverse, on Shiny Apps, and all that. Shiny Apps is used for web design. You can use it to even disseminate your research, to explain things further. You can use it to do a lot of things. Tidyverse is like a language within the R. Yes, we have the basic or the root R, and then we have the Tidyverse, where it's like a data flow, workflow pipeline that was going to help you fast track your learning in R and also in your researches. Then you can have panel discussions in R in industry, like I said, academia, government work. Then we have what we call show and tell. So members will showcase their R projects. So as you are here, let ideas flow. What data do you have? You can use Kaggle. It's a website where there are a lot of data. And for those of us in the medical field, Rev said about biomarkers, which is a package that you can get a lot of data to help you learn. There are so many data, even in R itself, that we can leverage on. So for us to stay engaged, you can read newsletters, you join our social media handles, and then the Slack handles. We are going to put that up. And I believe that as we do that, and we put ourselves in the user communities, you yourself, you will learn better. And then you will also be happy. Because look, learning R on your own, trust me, it's not nice. Is it nice? Every language or everything. That's why when you come to school, you have course mates, you have group discussions, because learning on your own isn't easy all the time. But I believe that when we have these groups, all our fears, now I believe that I've done a good job. I've taken all your fears away. So thank you so much. And thank you for the time.
Thank you very much for the short and wonderful presentation.
Sorry, before I end up, I think we have some of the leaders here. Boga are Abdullah Musa. I don't know if you are here. Wa is Professor Suleimana Tamale, Joshua Mumuni, Dr. Napoleon. I think Dr. Napoleon is here. He stepped out a bit. Michael Asari, please, are you here? Michael is not here. So Kumasi R. Eben is here. Eben, please come so that they see you and acknowledge you.
Yes.
And then Winneba R. I'm here. We have Dr. Albert Boabeng, Ebenezer Tamate. Please, are you here? Please come. From Koforidua. Please come so that we acknowledge your presence. And some of us seated, we are going to be champions of our area. Dr. Peter Aboja, who is a twin brother of Reverend, is the one handling the whole user R group. And then the Accra group is Mohammed Yusuf. Most of them will join us tomorrow. But I believe you are here and your area is not covered. It's not only the town. You have a university, you want to set up a user group there. You can bring it up. But just that you can't use your user group. David. Yes, please. Mr. Dujenfi, please, where are you? Yes. He's here. He's also one of the R user group leaders. So please, God bless you for coming forward. Next time, you will not come alone. You will come with 50 people from your areas. Amen. Yes. Forgive me. I'm a pastor, so it's not intentional that I say amen. Amen. But I'm trying. So God bless you. I think my work is done.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any concern? Okay, so I think we are exhausted already. So thank you very much, Mr. Samuel. So I'm just going to give a quick announcement. Then after that, we move outside for a group picture for today. Then after that, we move for our lunch. Then we come back inside. So that will be the next set of protocol. So the first aspect is about our t-shirts. Yes, we have a very nice t-shirt for the conference, and we've really reduced it as an affordable price for everyone as 120 Ghana cedis. So we hope that everyone here is supposed to secure one. Tomorrow, that will be the dress code for tomorrow. So tomorrow, we hope that everyone comes there with the t-shirts in front. So make sure you all come for the group picture. Then after that, here, what we do is that mostly we eat outside. So to the right, you see some small summer hut with the chair here. Then we go and sit there. as we wait.
10 minutes before.
Okay. So we should go for the group picture.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go for the group picture outside. Then we know the next step. So those online, yes, you have to wait for us for some minutes. And we get back. We are resuming back. And we will go for another break again. So we want to continue with the presentation. So let's see those available online. Yes. So Johannes, I don't know whether you are ready.
No, Johannes' time is past, so he said he has another meeting.
Okay.
He's supposed to have ended at 1:10. So now you can let Professor Hector do it 10 so that after Professor Gwine, that's 3:05, Dr. Johannes will do his.
Okay, so
Yes.
Professor Gwine.
Yes.
Okay, so we are.
Yes, Professor Hector is there, so she's good to go. Thank you.
Okay. So so our next presentation is going to come from a research software engineering fellow and associate professor at the University of Warwick. She is on the board of the R Foundation and chairs the Forward Task Force and the R Contribution Working Group. So the person of Hector Tuna, sorry. So I don't know whether you can hear me.
Yes, yep.
Yes, so I'm most honored to welcome you, and you can start your presentation.
Thank you very much. Okay. Hello, everybody. I've enjoyed joining you for a little bit with the talks before the break, and so I was able to see you all in the room, and I hope some of you have come back at least after lunch. So let me share my slides. Okay, so I'm going to be talking to you about write-ups with something called Quarto. So I'll start by describing what Quarto is, to give you an idea. So Quarto is an open source scientific and technical publishing system built on Pandoc. And it lets you weave together narrative text and code to produce elegantly formatted output as documents, web pages, blog posts, books, and more. So why is this interesting? Well, it goes back to one of the talks we heard earlier, where the presenter mentioned reproducible research as one benefit of R. So by weaving together the text and the code that are related to each other, it ensures that they're in sync. And it means that if you update your data and update your analysis with the code or the data behind it, then the outputs from that analysis are automatically updated in the output. And you can see if the text and the plots or the tables match together. So they're much more tightly integrated, and it helps to reduce mistakes and helps to promote reproducible research. So it's very useful whether you're in academia or in business to produce reports of your data analyses. If you're an R user already, you might think, well, this just sounds like R Markdown. And you'd be right. So R Markdown is sort of an earlier version of this idea. R Markdown is one of the R packages that we've heard about. And it has the same idea of taking text and code together and then doing some magic, as is illustrated by this little cartoon, to put it through a pipeline and produce a nicely formatted output. So let's just briefly review how R Markdown works, for those of you who aren't familiar. So it all starts with a file called, that has an extension .rmd. So the R is for R code and MD is for Markdown, which is how we mark up the text within the file. So it's code, R code and text together. That's passed to knitr, which is another R package. And what that does is it runs the R code in your file and it replaces it with the plot or the table or the numbers, whatever output is produced from that code, turning it into a plain Markdown file. So at that point, the third point in this diagram, you've just got a plain text file. So it's nothing to do with R anymore, and we can pass it to another software called Pandoc, which takes Markdown files and turns them into all the different outputs that I've mentioned already, the PDF output or a Reveal.js presentation, or different types of projects, websites, or books. So why do we need Quarto if we've had R Markdown for 10 years or so? Well, Quarto can be thought of as the next generation of R Markdown. And it's not just the next generation, but it's for everyone. What do I mean by that? So first of all, Quarto, so I just need to leave the Zoom controls. Quarto is a command line interface, so it's a separate piece of software. And it can take plain text formats, including the .rmd that I mentioned, or .md for Markdown, and also a new format, which we'll find out more about, called .qmd, or mixed formats. So you might have heard of IPython notebooks or Jupyter notebooks, and turn them into all the different outputs that I've talked about. So the difference is it's not an R package now, it's a separate piece of software that can take a bigger variety of inputs and create the outputs that we want. So Quarto can be used just like R. So the only thing that's different here is the first step in the diagram, which is now a .qmd rather than a .rmd. So the Q doesn't stand for any particular language, it stands for Quarto. And as we'll see, Quarto is more general. So we don't just have to put R code, we can use Python code or Julia or observable JavaScript, which is used for creating interactive documents. And to cope with these different types of code, we might not just use knitr, but we can also use a Jupyter engine. I think we've already mentioned RStudio today, which is one of the most common interfaces for R. But if you're a Julia or Python developer, you might be more comfortable with Jupyter notebooks, or a more general programmer, perhaps you do some programming in C++, then you might be using VS Code, and Quarto can work with all of these. So it's a much more general tool. So of course, as this conference is about R, we're going to focus on R and RStudio here, but it does have the potential to be used in this wider way. And another difference is that R Markdown started with just a simple package, but it grew into a very large ecosystem of packages, which is nice because it could extend what could be done. But on the other hand, there are some disadvantages. You know, the packages would work slightly differently, and you need to sort of install different packages to do different things. Quarto, on the other hand, you can think of it as coming with batteries included. So straight out of the box, you can do all the things I mentioned. You know, you can create HTML reports and websites, PDF reports, Word documents, presentations in different formats, and books, HTML books. And whatever language you're using, whether it's R or Python, it's exactly the same approach and syntax. So if you're already using R Markdown, you might think, well, do I need to switch? And on the one hand, you don't have to. So R Markdown will continue to be maintained. So you for many years. So you're very safe if you've already got R Markdown documents that you're happy with that syntax, you can carry on using it. I still use it myself. So there's nothing wrong with using R Markdown. But even if you're just an R user or aspire to be an R user, there are reasons why you might want to move to Quarto. One is that it's arguably already better in terms of the accessibility of the documents that are produced and the features that it offers, because the developers have been able to learn from those 10 years of R Markdown and build in many of the features that users wanted. Also, any new features that come along are more likely to be put into Quarto because the development is now focused on that software rather than R Markdown. It also means that even if you're only using R now or you're starting with R, you have the potential to still use Quarto if you start using Python or another language, or if you work with other people that do. So it's much better for collaboration. And I put a link in the slides to some FAQs for people that are converting from R Markdown. So let's look now at Quarto and how that works. So a Quarto document or a documd file is a plain text file like an RMD that can be rendered to many different formats. And what I show here is a very basic Quarto document. So this is just a few lines. You can see that there's a block at the top. It's formatted in a certain way, and then text, which is just plain text, but you can probably still imagine this as a section of a document with a section header. So if we break that down, at the top we've got the YAML metadata. So this is in what's called YAML formats, and we'll look a bit more closely at this later. But here's where we put things like the title of our document and the output format that we want to generate. And here's our text, and it's plain text, so there's no bold or italic sort of visually shown, and so we mark it up using the Markdown syntax. And this is quite intuitive. We can do bold text, for example, with double asterisks, and we'll look at some more examples later on. And then finally, we have our code chunks, as I mentioned. So here's an example of an R code chunk. So it's fenced with the 3 backticks there, and then it says R in the curly braces to show that we're using R rather than Python or something else. And then within that, we put our R code. So here's perhaps the simplest line of our code, 1+1. So how do we go about creating a Quarto document and then rendering it into our desired output? Well, first of all, you need to install Quarto. So even if you've installed R and you've installed RStudio, as I mentioned, Quarto is a separate piece of software. So you need to install that separately, but it's very easy. You just go to the Quarto website, and if you're on Windows, there's a .exe file. And if you're on Mac or Linux, there's a similar binary that you can easily install on your computer. And then when you open RStudio, you'll have new options. So if you go to open a new file from the new file menu in RStudio, as shown in the screenshot here, you've now got the options of Quarto document or Quarto presentation. So if I pick Quarto document, this is the dialog that pops up. And on the left, there's a few options. I can choose a static document, a presentation, or interactive, and that's a document that includes shiny elements, for example. But if we just take the default document, and then we can add a title at this stage or an author, or we can just leave them with their sort of placeholders. And by default, we'll use the HTML output, but as you can see, PDF and Word are also options. But you will need either LaTeX to generate PDF or Microsoft Word or open equivalents. to produce Word documents. So, but everybody can create HTML documents out of the box. So let's imagine that we just clicked the Create button to accept the defaults here. Then it would return something like this. And this looks a little bit different from what I had before, because you now see that the text is more in the WYSIWYG. What you see is what you get format. So the bold text actually shows as bold here, and the link shows as a hyperlink and so on. And that's because by default, RStudio opens the Quarto file in the visual editor. So you can see on the top left there, we've got source and visual. It might be a bit small, perhaps if you're in the room. So I'll sort of wave my pointer, maybe that helps, I'm not sure. But there's two buttons, one says source, one says visual, and the visual one is highlighted. So this is called the visual editor in RStudio. And it's much more like, and it's not just a viewer, you can actually edit it. So it's much more like editing a Word document at this stage. And there are a few helpers on the menu, for example, making text bold or inserting a link, for example. If we switch to the source view, then that's more like what I showed you before, the plain text version. Yeah, which is with the different elements of the YAML header, the marked up text and the code chunks. Oh, sorry, I missed a step. So that's the raw Quarto file. If I then want to create the final HTML output, I would hit the render button that's in the top taskbar there, and it would create a document that looks like this. So it would turn it into HTML, open my browser, and this is the rendered output. So the text looks very similar to what it looked like in the visual editor. So the main difference here is the code. So you can see at the bottom where I had a code chunk before, I've now got a chunk that shows the code that I ran and the output of the code. And that's what you get by default for all the code chunks in your document. So we'll go through the components in a bit more detail now, starting with the metadata. So as I mentioned, this is written in YAML, which is short for yet another markup language, or the recursive definition, YAML ain't markup language. So whichever you prefer. And the format is that it's fenced by those 3 hyphens or dashes. And then within that, within those fences, we specify different keys and their values. All right. So I've quoted here from the documentation, I think, that the YAML metadata or header is processed in many stages of the rendering process and can influence the final document in many different ways. It is placed at the very beginning of the document and is read by each of Pandoc, Quarto, and Knitr. Along the way, the information that it contains can affect the code, content, and the rendering process. And we'll see some examples of that. So the one of the keys that we might use is the format key that we've seen already. So the key is format, and we have to put something after that. What might we put? As we've seen, we can put HTML. If we change that to docx, then that's how we create a Word document. That's the only thing we need to change. Render it by clicking the render button in RStudio, and it will produce a Word document instead of the HTML file we saw before. Reveal.js is a type of HTML presentation, and in fact that's the format I'm using for this presentation. So that gives you an idea of the type of output you'd get in that case. We can have options on options. So if we just use format : HTML, we get all the default options. If we want to customize it, then we have to put the HTML on a new line with another colon, and then add options underneath that. So here I'm setting the options TOC to true. That means I want a table of contents, and code fold to true. That means instead of echoing all my code chunks exactly as they were in the source file, it will put that code in a hidden block in the HTML, and by default it will be collapsed, and if I want to see the code I can click a button to expand the code chunk and see the source code. So that can be useful if you're creating a report and you want to include the code, but maybe not everybody is interested in seeing the code because they're not R users. Only some of your colleagues are R users. So they can expand the code chunks and take a closer look if they want to, but those that don't want to read the code aren't distracted by it. So sub options should be below the main format output. And the key thing here is that spacing does matter. So with our code, generally spacing isn't very important, but with YAML, it's very picky. So I've got another slide on that. So for example, if we forget to put a space between the key and the value, then that's invalid and we'll get an error. Similarly, if we put the value on a new line, then it's read as if the value was missing. And in the third case there, that's valid because we've got the format, the HTML nicely indented, but we put a colon at the end. So that's suggesting that we're going to add further sub options. So the renderer will be waiting to see what we want to specify there. So that was the YAML header. Let's move on to the text. As I mentioned, we're dealing with plain text, but it's marked up using this thing called Markdown. So it's a plain text format that's designed to be easy to write and easy to read. So let's see if that's true. Quarto is based on Pandoc, which I briefly mentioned earlier in those diagrams about how R Markdown and Quarto works. And the Pandoc uses a variation, Quarto uses the same variation of Markdown that Pandoc does. So you can always look at the Pandoc documentation for further details of the Markdown syntax. So here's some examples. We can fence with single asterisks or double asterisks to mark up text as italics or bold. If we want a superscript or a subscript, we can fence that with carets or tildes respectively. Strike through, we can fence with double tildes, and code, inline code, we can mark up with single backticks. And then that will be formatted according to the style. There'll be a default style, or you might have custom styling. So for example, because of the styling of my presentation here, the code is showing as red. Headers we mark up with different numbers of hashes. So a single hash means a level 1 header, which is normally used for the title. And then, excuse me, we have further hashes for level section headers. And again, how they're styled will depend on the style being used in the HTML or Word document, for example. Here are some examples of lists. So the first ones are just bulleted lists, and we can mark each bullet with a dash or an asterisk. And then the second is a numbered list. And I haven't made a mistake there with the code. I have just put 1 dot for both item 1 and item 2. And that's because Markdown doesn't care what number you put there. It will still turn it into a numbered list. And this is useful if you want to add or remove items. You don't have to manually go through and correctly numbering. Excuse me. Here are some examples of links or hyperlinks. So first of all, we've got named hyperlinks, where in the HTML you want to show a particular string of text rather than the URL. So then you put the string of text in square brackets and the URL in round brackets. If you do want to put the direct URL, then you fence that with angle brackets. You can also link to other places in the document. So section headers will automatically be turned into anchors by taking the section title and converting it to lowercase and replacing all spaces with a dash. So in this example I've got here with hash quarto dash anatomy, that's linking to a section with the title quarto anatomy. If we want to include a image, then the syntax is quite similar to that for a named hyperlink. We have an exclamation mark, then the alternative text for the image, and finally a path to the image in round brackets. And this is the output we would get in that case. Tables we can also create with Markdown, and there's various different ways you can do this. So here I'm showing an example of a pipe table, and by default we mark each side of the column with a pipe symbol, that vertical line, and we underline the title with the header row with a number of dashes or hyphens. And the only extra thing in the right, left and centre columns is the use of a colon. So if I replace the rightmost hyphen with a colon, that means I want that column to be right aligned. If I do it with the leftmost hyphen, that means I want it to be left aligned. And if I do it for both, then that column will be centered. And you can see that in the output below. So I think the Markdown is quite nice here. It looks like a table, how you might write it if you were doing it with pen and paper. But it requires a lot of typing. So RStudio gives you a helper here in the visual editor that I mentioned before. There's a menu that allows you to insert a table. So if you select that menu item, it will open a dialog, and it will ask you how many rows and columns you want to put in the table, whether you want a caption or not, or a header row. And if you accept the defaults, it will put in a table in for you. And this is very similar to when you create a table in Word, that it will create the cells that you want, and then you can just type the content directly without having to put all those hyphens and pipe symbols. So we've talked about the metadata, we've talked about the text, and finally, let's talk about the code. So here's a code chunk, which we've seen already. We've got our 3 backticks at the beginning and end. In the curly braces, we put the language that we're using. So here we're using R, and that means that the code will be run in R rather than Python or whatever. But a new thing that I'm showing here is options on the code chunk itself. So here we put them at the top of the chunk using a special type of comment. So it's a hash followed by the pipe symbol or hash pipe. And then it's similar to the YAML that we've already seen. So we have a key and a value. So here I'm setting label to distinct CYL. The advantage of labeling our chunks is that if we make an error, then when we render the Quarto document, it will stop when it reaches an error, and it will print out the name or label of the code chunk where there was an error. So that makes it very easy to work out which bit of code is causing the problem and go back and fix it. I'm also using the option echo false, and that means when I render the Quarto document, it won't show the code in my final document. It will just show the output. So here's a couple more examples. In this case, I'm going to create a figure with code. So again, this has my code chunk, and I've got quite a lot of options here. So I'm setting a label and echo equals false, as we've just seen. I'm using the out width option so that the size of my figure that I'm producing will only take up 80% of the width of the screen. I'm using the fig cap and fig alt options to define a caption and alternative text for the figure. And I'm also saying setting warning to false. So because the code that I've got here would actually produce some warnings because there's some missing data in the data set that I'm using. And I don't want to see those warnings in the output. They're good to know when you're doing your analysis, but it's not something I need to keep in my report because, you know, I understand where the warning's coming from. There's just a couple of records that have missing values. And I'm happy for those to be dropped from the plot. So if you've not seen plotting in R before, this is using a package called ggplot2, which I'm loading from the library with the library function. And then I'm using a function ggplot from that package to plot the egg quality data set. I'm going to put the temp variable on my x-axis, the ozone variable on my y-axis, and my plot is going to have points and a low-S smoother. If we click on the output, this is what we get. So these are my temp on the x-axis, ozone on the y-axis, and my scatter plot with a local smoother. And here's my figure caption that I defined in my code chunk, and the figure numbering is done automatically. So this is the first figure in my presentation, and so it's figure 1. We can do a similar thing with tables. Here we need, again, some help from one of the packages. There are various packages for creating tables. Here I'm just going to show a simple table with the cable function from the knitr package. So the options are quite similar to the figure. I've got a label for my code chunk just so I can keep track of any errors. I've got a caption, but here it's the option is Tibble cap rather than fig cap. And I'm also using the Tibble col widths option to say that I want the first column a bit narrower than the second column. So I'm splitting it 40-60 rather than 50-50. And here I'm taking the BOD data set and I'm passing it to the cable function from knitr. And I'm using one argument to say how I want to align the columns. So my first column is going to be centered and my second column is going to be right aligned. Okay, and there's the output. So just briefly, I'll talk about Quarto presentations. If you remember when I opened a new file in RStudio, I had an option of Quarto document or Quarto presentation. If I chose presentation instead, I'd get a Quarto document like this, again with some example content to start me off. And the main difference here is that my format is Reveal.js rather than HTML. So Reveal.js creates HTML slides, as I mentioned, similar to this presentation here. Again, we can add options to the Reveal.js format. For example, we might want to say slide number true to get slide numbers. And then the main difference between a document and a presentation is the fact that a presentation is split into slides, and those slides are identified by level 2 headers. So if you remember, our headers have different levels. If you want a second level header, we need 2 hashes at the start. And then so we just start a header, put the content of the slide, and that defines what will go on that slide. So if you want to take a look at the Quarto for this presentation, I've put a link there to my GitHub. You can see my YAML is a little bit more complicated. I've got a bit more content which goes on the title slide, who I am and the date and how the date should be formatted. And I'm actually using a particular Quarto theme, so I'm not using the plain Reveal.js. I'm using a special Warwick presentation Reveal.js, and all that does is add a bit of styling to the standard presentation format. So that's what I'm going to say about Quarto presentations. If you want to see more, you can look at the Quarto docs. There's also a nice resource by Emil Belt, I should have practiced his name, where he gives a lot of information about how you can customize a lot of how a presentation looks and make it look very fancy, perhaps more fancy than my presentation here. So finally, I'll talk about how we can share these outputs. So I've shown you HTML documents and HTML presentations. If you want to create a standalone HTML file that you could share, say on a Google Drive or by emailing, you just need to set the option embed resources true. Alternatively, you can publish it on the web, and there's many ways you can do that. I've listed a few here with links to the Quarto documentation. These are all free. There are also paid options if you happen to be in a company that wants to be able to share things internally. I'm sharing this one on GitHub, so I'll be able to share a link afterwards to these slides. I'll just very briefly show how you would do it with Quarto Pub. So somebody mentioned earlier RPubs for publishing things. Quarto Pub is the equivalent for publishing outputs created with Quarto. And you can do this in RStudio. So you've already got Quarto installed. You'd instead of using the R console, you'd switch to the shell terminal in RStudio, and then you just need to write a very short command line: Quarto publish, Quarto pub, and then the name of the Quarto file. And then it will prompt you to create a free account or sign into the Quarto Pub platform. If you've got a Google account or GitHub, you can use that to sign in, and then it will be published. And you'd have your personal page a bit like this, with your presentations or documents that you've created with Quarto. So that's all I wanted to share with you today. If you want to go deeper into Quarto, then the official documentation is really great. So I was referring to it a lot still as I was writing this presentation. So it's very good to, if you say, I think you have an idea of how you want to do something, you can go to documentation and find out how to do that. There's the awesome Quarto list has a nice list of talks and examples that you can use if you want to see how other people have done things. And I give a few more links there, including a Quarto workshop. If you really want to learn in depth and go on to more complicated things, for example, websites. All right. The end matter is not not so interesting. It's just to acknowledge that some of this was taken from one of the workshops I linked, and this is available to be remixed and reused if you want to tell other people about Quarto. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the great presentation. I'm sure some of us has been able to follow, but most of us too. Yes, especially the beginners. I don't know, any question? Yes, question for Prof. Any question? Yes. So we have a number of questions here.
Okay, thank you. From where I followed do you have an ability to do interoperability with Quarto? For instance, being able to use both R and maybe Python together in the code? Because I saw that if you want to use Python, you do the / or just / 3 of them, then you bring R. You follow with the rest of the code, then you close it. Can you continue with that and probably have a / for Python to let all that be able to help you with your data analysis? Thank you.
So you can include both R and Python in the same in the same Quarto file, and there are examples in the Quarto documentation that show how you can use Python chunks to create, for example, tables or figures. Similar to the examples I gave. So if you already know some Python, then you can look to the documentation to see how to use it with Python. but it's very similar. It's just instead of the R in those curly brackets, you would have Python.
Okay, thank you for your wonderful presentation. Please, I'm really familiar with Markdown, but as per your presentation, I saw that it has a similar with Koto, because it helps us to combine tests. We can combine code into a single document for effective communication. So I wanted to ask, is there any specific best practice or conversions for organizing and structuring quota projects? I want to know if there are any best practices or conversions for organizing and structuring quota projects. And also, I wanted to add, if I seen in your presentation there were some recommendation sites where we can get the resources to learn the quota projects. So I wanted to plead if we can get that your material shared on a platform for us to be able to, those who have interest in Quota or Markdown, so that we'll be able to combine for learning practices. Thank you.
Yeah. So I'm definitely happy to share a link to my slides. So you can follow all the links I mentioned. If you already have our Markdown files, you can actually render them with Quarto without changing anything. But if you'll see that, for example, so some of the options on chunks do look a little bit different from our Markdown, and it is worth getting to learn those different ways of doing things, because those options will work with both R and Python, for example. Whereas if you always stick to the R Markdown way, it will only ever work with R. So it can be easy to switch to Quarto in some ways, but if you're to sort of get the full potential, there is a little bit more learning to do.
Okay, so thank you very much for the presentation. I can imagine people who love LaTeX will now start crying, or the people who are developing, improving LaTeX, they'll be like, oh, R is coming to take them away from them. Now, I want to know if we can create infographics using Koto.
Yeah, so, well, first of all, about the LaTeX, if you create PDFs with Quarto, then by default, it uses LaTeX in the background. So if you're a LaTeX power user, you can mix LaTeX code, with the Markdown if there's things that Markdown can't do that LaTeX can. So in that sense, you get the best of both worlds, that when it's simple, you can use the simpler markup, but if you need to do something more complicated, you can use the power of LaTeX. And the same is true when you're creating HTML files. So that's sort of the first part. About infographics, Quarto isn't doing any of the plotting itself. It's relying on other packages and so on to do that. So the ggplot2 package that I showed in one of the examples is one that people do use to create some quite sophisticated graphics. So there is the potential there, but I don't know that you necessarily need to use it with Quarto if that's your main objective.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Heta, for the wonderful presentation and responses to the questions. Yes, I think we don't have any more questions. So, okay, so Prof, I think we'll be waiting for the file I said you are going to share. Okay.
Yeah, I can share them on the WhatsApp.
Okay, so So, in fact, for us, the beginners, that's what she just presented on Kwato is an advanced package after. So when we start using R, okay, we have the R base, then we have the R Studio. Most often we'll be working with R Studio, where we'll be using the script interface. Then after that, you move to the R Markdown, which is also advanced for working interface of the R Studio. Then before you move to the Kwato, Kwato is the new kind of advanced package. So don't be worried if you didn't get anything. So it's the advanced level they are using the Kwato. Yes. I'm sure by now we are all okay now. Yes. So don't be worried if you didn't get anything. So I'm sure our next presenter, yes, Dr. Gan. I don't know whether she's online.
Hi, I'm here. How are you?
Yes, I'm doing well. And so we are happy to have someone who is an international keynote speaker, co-founder of the Harvard Data Science Initiatives, our research group, also administrator and accessibility team lead of the R Forwards, and organized Our Ladies DC from 2018 to 2021. She has a PhD in statistics from the University of Auckland, and she also co-founded the Perception Analysts, and she's the CEO. So I'm very happy to have in our mix, and also for us to have a presentation from Dr. Gan from the United States. So please, yeah, you can take over if you can hear me.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Great. Can you see my slides?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so thank you so much for the introduction. I really appreciate it. And I also wanted to say thank you so much to the organizers. It's a huge challenge to organize a conference. And, I just want to say thank you. We really are here to support you. And thank you very much for the invitation to speak, especially at Kwame Nkrumah University. It's, a fabulous university in Ghana that and I think a symbol of independence from the continent. So thank you again for having me. So the first thing I'm going to say is, what is R? So R, let me just get here. R is a free statistical programming language that you can download online. If you can just hold on a second, I have someone who wants to speak with me briefly, and I'll just be back in a second. Okay. Oh, sorry. I have a dog in my background who's also being very careful and watching, taking care of me, making sure I'm safe. So R is a free statistical programming language that you can download from the web. And as the moderator spoke to earlier, you can, in addition to downloading R, you can download R Studio. And that is a way to interact with R that is more user-friendly. Excuse me. So I often say that R is very much like an engine, and R Studio is like the dashboard of a car, so that it's easier to interface. It allows you to make publication quality plots, and it allows for full stack development, and as well as being extremely extendable. There's thousands of packages online that are free and able to on CRAN, and that you're able to access without any difficulty. So the structure of this talk, I'm going to talk a little bit about some data analysis that I did using R, some simulations that I did in R, and a graphical user interface that I used that uses the package, the CRAN package Shiny that you can also download for free. So this first part is something that was established by Kim Arcand. She's a scientist at NASA. And one thing that Kim noticed is that a lot of the ways that we interact with graphs and with data involves visualization. And she found that there are a number of people who lack visual acuity. They're perhaps blind or low vision, and she wanted to ensure that they were also able to access NASA plots. So Kim has done something called, Kim likes to use what I call a data vivification, which is a connection with data that is beyond the visual senses. So before the pandemic, Kim was doing stuff like this. This is Cassiopeia A. It's a star that NASA has collected data from, and it's a 3D printed plot of that star. And Kim was, before the pandemic, she was not only doing 3D plots, but as well as virtual reality headsets so that you could actually walk into the star and see it. When the pandemic happened, she teamed up with System Sounds, which Matt Russo, who is at the University of Toronto, developed. And System Sounds is builds sounds that can go along with plots. So I'm just going to show you one of those here. Let me go back. I'll just go to this one here. It's the same. So this is the galactic center. It's a star that they produced, the Chandra X-ray Observatory found. It's part of the Hubble from the Hubble Space Telescope. And there is this is a kind of a video that makes this a little bit more accessible, not only to people who can see, but also to people with blind or low vision. So I'm going to play it. Hopefully you'll be able to hear it. If you can't hear it, can you just let me know so that I can make sure that I'm sharing computer audio? Let me just double check that I am doing that. Audio settings. I think I should be. Hopefully this is, hopefully this will work. Can you hear it?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so that is the sonification that Matt and Kim built, and they released it on Twitter, and it went viral in I think 2020. It was really highly regarded, and the way that they built it is, you see that it sweeps across, and they mapped the higher wavelengths of light. Purple is the highest wavelength of light to higher wavelengths of music, for example, a harp. So every time you see something purple, or the intensity, the tone is a harp, and so they mapped it that way. So this is a sonification and vivification and a visualization combined, and it makes it accessible to blind and low vision people. So when they completed this, there was a huge response to it, and so they submitted a survey on SurveyMonkey where they asked people to watch. So they asked them a bunch. This is default from SurveyMonkey. They asked them some demographic data, and then they would show a video, and then they'd ask a whole set of questions, and then they'd show another video and ask a whole set of questions. So one of the first things that we did in R, of course, was to clean the data. And so if some people had the same IP address, we would look to see, do they also have the same age and gender? Because perhaps they started it and stopped it over and over again. So we did some very basic data cleaning. And one of the things that we really wanted to know, and I'll just point out some of the variables that we collected, which is, do you identify as blind or having low vision? How much do you know about astronomy? How educated you are, and your gender, and also the level of education. But what we were really interested in was, this is kind of one of the first that we're aware of data vivifications that has gone viral that's particular to blind or low vision people. So here's the participant count by blind or low vision status, and also self-reported astronomical knowledge. So there are some people who are kind of casual astronomers, and we have a lot more sighted people who took this survey than we did have blind or low vision people. And so we wanted to know, in terms of connecting with the universe of sound, was there a difference in outcomes for people who were blind or low vision? And if you look here, you can see this plot says that here the blue are the sighted people, the white with the black stripes are the blind or low vision people. This is whether or not they're motivated to listen to more of this type of vivification, or if they're interested in learning more about the universe, and if they wanted to learn more about how others access information about the universe. And they agreed more, and you can see that there were some differences, some significant differences in how the sighted and the blind low vision people felt about learning more about our universe, or learn more about how others access information to the universe. So these were significant differences, and that was done with a KS test. So this was, just some very simple, data analysis, but it was critical and important, and demonstrated that there is a difference in some outcomes by blind or low vision people versus sighted people. Okay. And so that we published that, and that was a publication that just happened this year. So here's another way that R can be used to do research. This is a simulation study, a comprehensive simulation study that I did in R. It was part of my dissertation. And we started out with blood pressure measurements. So this is a sphygmometer, this instrument that's used to test blood pressure. to measure blood pressure. And so blood pressure, there's two numbers. The top number is when your heart is actually pumping, and it's a measure of how the arteries and the veins, how soft or hard they are, or how full they are with things, right? So if the heart is trying to pump through a blood vessel that's quite small because there's a lot of things built up inside of it, then it causes the pressure to increase. And so the top number, of course, is when the heart's pumping, and then the bottom number is when the heart hasn't pumped. And so it's a really important measure of health. And if you have high blood pressure, it's a huge risk factor for death and all kinds of morbidity. So it's a really huge health issue that pharmaceutical companies are trying to address. And you can take medication that we know will lower your blood pressure. And those medications, though, are often medications that you're on for the rest of your life. So this is so what AstraZeneca did, they have a medication called candesartan that they know will lower your blood pressure, and they wanted to know if you take candesartan for a certain length of time, will it lower your blood pressure after you've stopped taking it? So it was the basis for this trial was a 2-year study where they took the participants that were randomized to treatment, took the medication for 2 years, and then they were monitored for another 2 years afterwards. The control arm or placebo arm was just monitored. And so the hypothesis that they wanted to test was this carryover hypothesis. So this is before we start medication. This is the normal trend of blood pressure. It normally goes up as we age. And this is when treatment starts. And then this is someone in the treatment arm. And then we want to know, does it return to trend quickly or more slowly? And if it returns to trend more slowly, how quickly does it return to the prior trend line? So we call this carryover effects. It's the long-term effects of treatment after they cease. And AstraZeneca randomized 800 people to treatment or control arms, where the treatment arm received two years of medication and 2 years of follow-up, and the control was monitored for 4 years. Investigators concluded that the effect of active treatment on delaying the onset of hypertension can extend up to 2 years after discontinuation of treatment. So here, this is the 2 years of treatment for someone in the treatment arm, and we suspect, based on this research, there's evidence that that taking this medication will extenuate your blood pressure. It will make it the reduction in blood pressure for up to 2 years. So if this trial is true, it was published in the New England Journal of Medicine, a very high quality journal, and it was published in New England Journal of Medicine, a very high quality journal. And excuse me, I have someone coming in. It was published in the New England Journal of Medicine. It was a very high quality journal. And if this research is true, then what can happen is that AstraZeneca now, instead of only giving the medicine to people who have high blood pressure, they have a whole slew of other ways, of other people that they can market it to. So they can market it to people who are pre-hypertensive, and that means that they can make more money, right? So this is all an economics, right? They can market it, they can increase the demand, which will increase their profits. So it's very economically motivated. So here's just a few more details about the trophy trial. It's called the Trial of Preventing Hypertension. And this was done, there were 809 participants with systolic blood pressure in the pre-hypertensive reign that were randomized to either treatment or control, treatment or placebo. So 2 years, then 2 years monitoring, then 2 years of follow-up. They had measurements every 3 months. And 69% of those diagnosed with hypertension did so by having 3 measurements above the threshold of 140 millimeters of mercury. So the treatment arm had a diagnosis rate of 53%, and the placebo had a diagnosis rate of 63%. So they did a t-test, and they could see that this is true, and now they can market their medication to more people. They've increased supply and they've increased profits. So let's look a little bit more into this design. And the key thing that I think I want you to take away from this slide is they had 3 measurements above the threshold. So here is the blood pressure, right? And here, in this case, this person wasn't diagnosed. So here's the threshold of 140 millimeters of mercury. And here we have someone that has 2 measurements above the threshold. So this person was not diagnosed, okay? Just hold on a second. I have someone here. I need to answer a quick question. Okay, sorry about that. So here we have, we're having a little bit of work done in the house, and they just need to let me know. So here we have 2 measurements above the threshold. So this person is not diagnosed with hypertensive. So let me just point out that the people that worked on the people that worked on this trial were biostatisticians from the University of Michigan. So they're very good statisticians. So this is what they thought they were getting. Here we have someone in the control arm, the placebo arm. Here we have someone in the treatment arm. We can see that their blood pressure goes down for the duration of treatment and then returns prior to trend. The carryover is over here. We're not sure what it is. We want to test that hypothesis. Of course, this is not exactly what we get. We don't get data like this or like this. And the reason for that is that the blood pressure varies a lot, right? So if you're laying down or sleeping, your blood pressure tends to be lower. During certain parts of the year and certain parts of the day, it tends to be higher. If you're below a certain age above a certain age, and someone with a white coat comes in the room, then we know that your blood pressure increases. So there's all these factors that impact upon blood pressure, and that we know about, but we just know that blood pressure is extremely variable. So you don't get these exact numbers. In fact, what you get is something more like this, right? And this is with 3 millimeters of mercury standard deviation. So it's quite a low standard deviation. So, and you can see here, these people, in the red, these are the treatment arm, and they have measurements that tend to be lower through the duration of treatment. And someone in the control arm tends to have measurements that are higher through the first 2 years, right? So we have this, and then let's look, when will these people be diagnosed? So here, the person in the placebo arm is diagnosed at this measurement, and the person in the control arm, in the treatment arm is diagnosed at this measurement. Now, so the problem, in order to get ethics approval for this kind of research, because blood pressure is such a high risk disease, once someone is diagnosed with high blood pressure, you actually have to give them medication, right? So which means that all of these all of these measurements here past diagnosis are no longer usable because now you've given them more medication, right? So here, this is the actual data that we get. So what we have here is that we've gone from this very nice trend to here where we have this very not nice trend. And you can see that the measurements throughout the treatment arm are more likely to be throughout the treatment time, throughout the duration of treatment, are more likely to be lower if you're in the treatment arm, right? So this indicates, and this should be something that should be concerning because we have a very high false positive rate. So this was a published article done in the New England Journal of Medicine, and it has an 80% false positive rate or type 1 error rate, which means that it's much higher than the nominal 5%, which is usually what we do. We have 1 in 20, the 5% error rate. This is an 80% error rate. And the reason for that is that they didn't take into account the missing data and the noise. So, so this is what I did for my dissertation. And I ran a number of simulations. We simulated blood pressure. We simulated we randomized people to either one arm or the other arm. And we diagnosed, we found rules to diagnose people with hypertension. And then the first bit of research that we did was trying to determine if there was a way that we could use cumulative diagnosis, the number of people diagnosed in one arm versus the other arm, to test an actual carryover hypothesis, and with a reasonable type 1 error rate. And we couldn't. So this is the first publication that came out of this research. And it's all based on work that I did in R. It's a systematic simulation study, or a Monte Carlo research. And, we published, this is actually my maiden name. So I changed my name recently when I got married. And so this is the first, and all of the code, the R code is in there so that we can look and test for unusual hypotheses when we design a trial. Okay, so this is the, so that's that. This did not work. The design approach didn't work. What we ended up doing is a mixed effects model approach, where we have repeated measurements on the same person. And the trick here, the key here, is that the data is missing at random. So, so we were able to do that. The next thing I'm going to talk to you about is a shiny GUI that has been really, really helpful for researchers when they are doing when they are randomizing for a cluster randomized trial. So prior to my arrival at this research group, and this research group was based in Harvard School of Population Medicine, this is the REDUCE MRSA trial. In the REDUCE MRSA trial, it's an intensive care unit trial, or emergency room. And MRSA is multi-drug resistant Staphylococcus aureus. It's an infectious disease that very often spreads in intensive care units, and can also be spread in nursing homes. So it's quite dangerous, because if someone is infected, there really is not antibiotics that will allow, encourage, and help the body to heal. So what we're trying to do is to reduce the infection rate at these intensive care units. So it was a 3-arm trial. The first arm they were implemented MRSA screening and isolation. So they tested people for MRSA when they arrived at the intensive care unit. And then they, if they were MRSA positive, they were then isolated. The second group, was targeted decolonization. So they screened everyone that came in, they isolated them, and then they also decolonized them, which means they use mupirocin nasal swabs and also some bathing. They did chlorhexidine bathing, right? And so this was the second arm. Right? There were 2, 3, and then the third arm was universal decolonization. So no one was screened. Everyone that came into the intensive care unit was bathed with chlorhexidine impregnated cloths, as well as nasal swabs, mupirocin nasal swabs. So, and what were the results of this trial? It was quite an important trial. It was written up in the Wall Street Journal, if I'm not mistaken. And in the third arm, what happened is that the MRSA incident at baseline was 6.1 infections per 1,000 days, and it was reduced to 3.6, right? So it was a significant reduction, almost half, and which is really wonderful. And so from here on out, we can do universal decolonization. Or can we? Well, here was the issue this is what happened when I came in, which is that in the third arm, the baseline MRSA infections were 46 versus 31 and 37 in the other arms, right? So the result could be due to regression to the mean and not the effect of universal treatment, right? So that's the question that we came in, right? And so I come in and they're having this issue, which is how do we when we randomize, right? How do we have similar MRSA infections at baseline in all arms of the study so that we can ensure that it's actually the treatment and not just randomization? Because in a cluster randomized trial, you may have, a lot of people, but you're only randomizing, for example, cluster randomized trials. This one, in fact, the reduced MRSA trial was 43 hospitals. There were 43 hospitals that were randomized to treatment to one of the 3 arms. And cluster randomized trials are also used at schools. So you have one county that's randomized to this, and so you may have many different people at schools or universities that are randomized to one arm or the other, but you have a small number, right? So usually when you do a randomized controlled trial, you assume that you have a large number of units, and so that you assume that they're going to be similar. But when you do a cluster randomized trial, this might not be the case. So here's the publication. It was in the New England Journal of Medicine, which is a very high impact journal. And this is kind of what I came into. So what I did was build a Shiny application. So Shiny is a web application framework that allows you to take R coding and build some kind, basically you have an R function, and you can build the inputs into that R function so that a user, it's a graphical user interface, so that a user on the web can access that coding, right? And let me just go here. And so this, it's this, just so you know, all of these slides were built in Quarto. So thank you, Heather, for explaining Quarto to us a little. All these slides are also built in Quarto, and Quarto is wonderful. This is an embedded Shiny app in a Quarto documentation, in a Quarto presentation. So this is it's called the Goldilocks approach to randomization, and what we're doing is we're testing. This is for a 2-arm trial. We're testing pairs. We're saying if you randomize, if you have matched pairs, and you still randomize, right? You randomize one of them to either treatment or control. How likely is it that the arms are going to be similar at baseline? So let me just show you what I do. Here I put in the test data, I open it, go on to the next tab. This will choose the number of times I randomize. I can randomize, I'm just gonna check 200. I'm going to use 3 variables, and if there's a leftover one, it's going to go to treatment. So say I'm randomizing 59 hospitals or what have you. This will randomize it to treatment. So then I go to the next tab, and all I do is hit go. And so what's happening now is in the background, there is an R instance that is running that will then produce this plot for me, right? So here I have this plot. I'm not very happy with it. So I'm going to update the inputs. I'm going to increase this weight because these are very spread apart. And I'd like for my arms, my treatment and control arms, to be quite similar at baseline. So I'm going to increase the weight for this variable. This one is really quite, it's I'm not able to see very much. So I'm going to update the maximum for this value to 0.25. And the other one I also can't see very much. So I'm also going to update the maximum for this value for 0.25. Now I'm going to rerun the plot. And what that does is in the background is it will come up with a new set of pairings because I have weighted this one to be more similar. So it's coming up with a new set of pairings, and then it's randomizing 200 times, and then it's finding the difference in the for these variables in the treatment and control arm. So I'm going to, let's just say I want to look at these two, and you can see that this is, so it's an interactive plot. I built this in, I think, 2016. This is an interactive plot, and I can go to this, right? So here, you can see that this one goes to yellow, and it goes to, this is a yellow, green, blue. It's colorblind friendly from yellow all the way to dark blue. But I want to know for these variables, for this outcomes SARAS, what's the distribution of where do the low ones tend to lie in this one and this one? So I can click on this here, and it will recolor it. And so now here it's the low ones are all here, and I can look and see, well, the low ones tend to get low. So I'm allowed, and I can look at this kind of multi-variable plot, right? So it's interesting, and it's good to be able to do this. Here I can come up with a bookmark. Here are the summaries. Here I can download a plot. Here it tells me which one's matched. So here one has matched with 85. Here I can randomize if I want, and I can download the final plot in the end. So that's this plot. I'm just going to update this to maybe 1. We can see here that the matches are 1 and 85. What happens if I update this to 1? And we'll look. You can see that the matches now have probably changed, or have they not? Let me try again. And the matches, oops. Well, it didn't change that time, but I'm sure that some of them changed. If I update this to 3, what will happen? So some of the matches will change. So here, it updated. You could see it updated, but 1 still was matched to 85. So this allows researchers to look at a multi-faceted plot, multi-variable plot, n-dimensional plot, and explore it to see which outcomes are most important for their research. Okay, so this was also a publication that, and let me see, I have to go down here and go to the next one if I remember properly, because it doesn't. So if you want to know more about this is you can read about it here. There's a link to the application here as well, and the coding is all available online if you'd like to look at it. This exact application was used in a number of different trials. In that research group, this Richard Platt is the head of the Department of Population Medicine at Harvard School of Public Health, and if we look. You can see that this is published in the Journal of American Medical Association, a very high impact journal. I'm one of the authors here because I built this shiny application, and it's being used to determine whether ida-4 antiseptic or mupirocin antibiotic, right? Because, you know, they want to reduce the use of antibiotics so that antibiotics don't keep evolving to, you know, to, what's the word? To circumvent, you know, known antibiotics. So we're trying to use an antiseptic. What's the minimum that we can do to reduce the spreading of MRSA in intensive care units? And then this is another one that was used to, you know, and these are both like newly off the press. This one won an award already, so it's, you know, we're very excited to see that it won an award. And this one is, you know, is just published recently. So I think I'm done. I don't have anything more I wanted to say to you, and I wanted to thank the organizers again. I know how hard it's been I know how hard it can be to organize a conference, and I really, really appreciate the work that you did for this. So if there's any questions, I can take them now.
Yes, thank you very much for the great presentation. Yes, I think we are really stressed out today. Is there any question? Yes, we have one question. So.
Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. Yeah, so with regard to the randomized control trials, in individual control trials, you are able to prevent confounding factors because you're able to balance things out. But in group, like that of the arms, where you have about 3 arms or 4 arms, there are potential confounding factors. So for that matter, there will be a need to match them. So you mentioned of the Goldilocks technique. So I want to ask, the Goldilocks technique, where can we find? Is it on R or is a software on its own?
So
Yes.
you can. So thank you for asking. So let me just correct that. So if generally in an individual randomized trial, you have a large number of people who you're randomizing, so you can assume that the arms are that each arm is similar. And generally in a cluster randomized trial, of course, each trial is different, but this is the general approach. So if you want to find that online, let me actually share screen. I think, let me go over here and I'll just share. I think I can show you right where it is. Let's go. I think it's bit.ly. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong one. Bit.ly shiny. Oh no, it's called Goldilocks. Goldilocks. Here it is. So it's right here, and I can put the link I can put the link here for you and in the WhatsApp chat so that you can see it if you're interested in using it. The code is also available online if you'd like to find that too. Now notice that you'll have to do the Excel file has to be in the appropriate format for that for it to work. But if you look in my in this article that explains a little bit more about how about the format of the data so that you can use it. But thank you for your interest in it. I do appreciate it, and I hope that it's, you know, that you're able to utilize it on the continent for something for something.
Okay. Any other question? Okay, if not, thank you, Dr. Gan, for the wonderful.
Thank you for having me.
Yes,
thank you for all of your work.
Thank you. Yes.
Blessings to you all. We we hope to see good things for you, and let us know if there's anything we can do to help.
Sure. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes. Okay, so I think we will go for another break. So the outstanding speakers, we will plead with you to Be on standby. We are going to have a quick 10 minutes break. Then we come back to come and finish up with the remaining presentations. Okay, so let's quickly move our Okay, so I think quickly we have to start. So our next topic is going to be R in social science research. So this afternoon, we are going to have a presentation from a senior research fellow of the Center for Social Science Research of the Kumasi Technical University. His research interest is in the area of applied econometrics and statistics. Is what? Yes. Processes. So he has over the years led a number of surveys and statistical studies in social and sustainability sciences. So we are honored to welcome Dr. Edmond Ayesu to give us a presentation on R in social science research. I'm sure those online too, they are with us. Let's make sure they are also with us. Those online, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, that's great. Okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are all welcome back. One key thing I've heard today is that R is a language, and I want us to proceed from that premise. I will talk about language. You remember in those days, those of us who went to Presby and LA, RC, Methodist, Islamic. Then you get to classes and you transition to middle school or DHS. And when you get there, it has been written at the entrance of the school or the school board, they speak English. You remember those days? And there is a chain made of snail shells hanging in headmaster's office or senior prefect's desk. And if you don't speak English, you speak your native language, then they come and hang it in your neck. And because of that, sometimes the whole day, son of man will not talk. Son of man will not talk because Brofi drew. And that's how the world is also moving. We are now moving into digital conversations. We are now moving into scientific conversations and so on. This afternoon, I'm taking you through R in social science research. The social sciences are also not left behind. A whole lot of issues are coming up. And for the purpose of this conversation we are having this afternoon, we'll go through the following themes. I'll give a brief introduction and some basic R functions that we use mostly in social sciences. And then we'll travel further on some examples of works that have been done using R. And then I'll focus on R in bibliometric research and give a scenario of it. And then a short introduction on the merits of R for social research. And then we'll see a way forward and then we'll close the conversation. So the sciences basically gives us an objective framework to build knowledge and understanding. When you say it's an objective framework, all we are talking about, it comes with its own standards acceptable standards of building the knowledge. And we have these three key things and even much more through valid observations, analysis, and obviously generalization of the results. And then when you look at the field of sciences, we can talk about two major classes. We can talk about the natural sciences and then the social sciences. So the natural sciences are dealt with naturally occurring phenomena like the earth and its content, like life and its forms, or natural materials and their processes. Then we are going into natural sciences. But that's not going to be the focus of our conversation this afternoon. We are going to look at sciences as applied in society or social studies, interactions of people in economic spaces or political systems or human behavior or communications. So when they talk about the social sciences, we are placing man at the center of the study as compared to natural sciences that deals with bodies or particles or cells or whatever it is. So we are going to look at how R has also shaped or impacted social sciences in one form or the other. A little bit of the challenges, because I understand that today's conference was to celebrate R, not when to present a nagging scenarios. So we are going to talk about pleasantries for today. So we won't go too much into the nagging issues. And then we'll also look at advancements that R has brought to improve social sciences. Obviously it has. Obviously it has. Those of us in mainstream social sciences like sociology, political science, economic science, psychology, and you can add the logics, we are very much more used to statistical package for social sciences because of click and go effect of those softwares. Stata, yes, but SAS, maybe. But upon introduction of R in 1992, there has been some drifts. Quite a number of the researchers in the field of social sciences also adopted R as a package that they use for their scientific analysis. And Sahin and Ibeck have argued that R follows SPSS very closely in terms of utilization in social sciences. And it tells us how impactful R has been if it is following closely. Because mostly we see R as more of a statistical package. And most social science people don't like so much of the statistics. So that's what sometimes brings the dichotomy. R comes with very easy, straightforward language that can be used for data analysis. And at one of the speakers made mention of that. R programming language is not a very complex system. It's a straightforward language that can easily be adaptable to any situation. So for instance, the DPLIR, the ggplots, and so on, they help us with visualization of data. And R also help us to also make some meanings out of complex data sets. And one of the themes that we are talking about in social sciences today is got to do with hierarchy, data that happens in hierarchies from countries to regions, districts. In Ghana, that's how our system is structured. And all our decisions are taken based on the hierarchies, the national level, the regional level, the district level, and then we jump to the household. And R has a system or a package that can help address this. And this sort of structures, either they present themselves in the hierarchies or in the clusters, give rise to the use of structural equation modeling or hierarchical multi-level modeling, R has very interesting packages for that. And people are using it in the study of social sciences. So some of the popular functions that we deploy in R is the summary function. When you see the double, the open and close bracket, you're talking about functions. So the summary functions, that helps to generate on the go descriptive statistics. And then the table functions will help us to create tables. And then the describe functions will help us to summarize the data or the data matrix and so on. And I believe that some of us are very familiar with this. And then when we go into the area of generalizing our studies to where we go into what we call inferences, then we have the popular linear models like regression. You can use LM function, and you can use the GLM function for nonlinear regression like logistics and others. And the Lavan is a very good package for structural equation models and their families. And then the LMU4 is also a very good package for hierarchical modeling and their families and so on. And there may be other functions and so on that is used in social sciences a lot. So we look at some examples of work that people have done. I'll look at psychology, I'll look at economics, and I'll look at education and health. So in psychology, we have these works that people have done over the years, or perhaps recently, psychological effects of COVID pandemic on families of healthcare professionals. I want you to look at the authors and look at the journals where they have been published, and we ask ourselves a very key question, whether we are also engaged in those levels, so that it can form the basis of our conversation after the presentation. And then we have psychological factors associated with postpartum psychological distress during the COVID-19 pandemic, a cross-sectional study. So Ostakoli, and I published in BMC, and it's a descriptive statistics, and it also used non-parametric statistics and multivariate modeling. I don't want us to worry ourselves so much. It's not a thesis defense. And then we also look at other areas where R has been used. It has also been used in socioeconomic study. For instance, socioeconomic and geospatial determinants of households' food and non-food consumption dynamics within West Africa, West African Economic and Monetary Union, WAEMU. That's the French-speaking West Africa. So this study was based on the French-speaking West Africa. And R was used to analyze spatial random process on food and non-food consumption. And then we also look at structural break analysis of the Brazilian general government net debt from 1998 to 2022. Suelin, Cabral, and their friends. So they also analyze structural breaks. We do structural breaks a lot when we are doing papers on economic policy, so that we see whether policies have given some changes in the growth of economic phenomena and so on. So they use R in that field. And in the field of education, we also look at spatial variations and economic determinants, socioeconomic determinants of modern contraceptive use in Ghana. So I saw one study that somebody's Bayesian multi-level analysis based on R, Nyako, and then it was published in the +1. And we have a meta-analysis on the relationship between school characteristics and student outcomes in science and maths, evidence from large-scale studies. This one also based on R. It's a meta-analysis. So R can also be used for meta-analysis study. And meta-analysis is one of the key classes of studies that we do in the social sciences, and R gives us very wonderful opportunities in that regard. Now, bibliometry or bibliometric study. A new field is emerging strongly in the field of social sciences. And R is also contributing immensely in that area. So R has attained a wide applicability in this field. And, you know, we have huge data in our days than it used to be. Huge studies in our days than it used to be. That we ask ourselves, where do these studies point to? So bibliometry gives us this answers to some of these questions. So one of the growing fields in social sciences has become bibliometric research. And it concerns using statistical or mathematical models to measure processes in written documents and communication to arrive at certain objective conclusions that over the years or within a space of time, studies have been able to establish or otherwise. And it's becoming a very key area of research these days because governments and funding agencies, universities, and so on are very interested in such studies to improve research value. And there is one of the issues we need to study in our country is this major question as to whether Ghanaian research focus, how have they transitioned into building stronger policies to change the status quo of the country over the years? Maybe these are very good research questions that we may look at it critically from bibliometric analysis. And it helps us to identify the emerging trends in particular research fields and so on. It also helps us to identify authorship across various fields in the social sciences and then journals that are making strong impact on the field that or in the area of study that we've identified. And through it, we're able to come up with potential research collaboration. And collaboration has been one of the pivotal areas of our conversation today. We are talking about collaborations and so on. And we develop bibliometric studies around indicators. So for instance, the indicators may include the authors, the institutions, the journals, the documents, among many others that studies over the years have been built around. And I wanted to give a scenario presentation concerning how R has influenced social science research globally. So I used a bibliometric analysis to build a scenario to share with the audiences today, physically or virtual. So it is important to illustrate this so that we're able to tell our stories much more objectively. The constraint I had was the fact that where I am at Kumasi Technical University, our libraries, we don't have access to Scopus library, neither do we have access to Web of Science or Web of Knowledge library. So I had access to an open source library called Dimensions. So that's what I used. So the scenario is based only on Dimensions. It doesn't include the other big library. So if it's to be statistical, I say my studies getting a little skewed, but I should take it like that. It's a scenario. And the purpose of the analysis is to review research in the field of social sciences that used R for data analysis. Not the evaluation of R, but those who use R for data analysis. So the scenario study or the case study, if I'll put it that way, was guided by these three questions The first one is, what are key growth trends in R statistical software for social research? And then the second one was, what journals and authors have the greatest influence on R in social research? These are global issues, not necessarily local issues. And what topics in social research attracted much attention in the use of R? So the growth trends. So our study spanned 15 years. And out of it, we had about 342 journals and books, 500 documents. And the growth rate per annum was 48%. So it tells you how R is being engaged in the field of social research. And it's very, in it 1.36, that's a document average age, 1.36, that's is very recent. A lot of the studies have been very recent. So the explosion in the use of R has been a very recent phenomenon, maybe from 2021, 2020, 2023. Social sciences are now navigating seriously towards the use of R. And then we have 3.15 average citation per document. And co-authors, we have 6. And then international co-authorship percentage, 17% of the work that was used for the study were through international co-authorships, which I think can have some improvement in that field. And then we have 500 articles. And then let's look at journals that drove this. Journals that are publishing social research based on R. R plus 1, that's the leading journal. And then BMC follows, and then scientific reports. International Journal of Environmental Research and Public Health, Frontiers in Public Health, Journal of Medical Internet Research, and so on. And there are a lot of it. And then let's look at the country. And I want us to focus on this so that we have a good conversation. So look at the country, United States, China, Canada, Australia, Brazil, and Africa. We are not saying. I'm not saying this is exactly the entire truth, because the library use was only dimensions. So I just wanted to note that. But we can use it for our conversation. And then look at the authors too. I can see Maule in it. I can see Kofi. I can see Kwame. I can see Musa. So you can see where the conversation is heading towards. And then what are the trends? The topical trends. So the social sciences that are using the conversation is around male issues. And COVID-19 has also featured strongly because COVID-19 impacted human beings. So obviously, social scientists will be very much interested because human beings are at the center of the study in the field. And then cross-sectional studies are also tracking strongly. And the humans and the female issues and adult issues. Well, we don't have much regional issues. Okay, so as we said earlier, R is a very flexible platform for data analysis. We shouldn't get ourselves worried because it is run on command. The commands are user-friendly. So we shouldn't get ourselves worried about that. And we, those in the third world or emerging countries, we need to embrace R. And I'm so happy that today we are committed to mainstreaming our communities in our various places of work, because it's open source. You don't pay money for it. Most of the softwares we are using, even including software we are using in universities in the southern regions are software that we, how do we call it? We cracked. Bottom line is we pirated. That's the bottom line. Bottom line is that we pirated. But R comes as a free software. You can download and use anytime there is improvement on it, you download and update, and then you are using and we are moving. So this is be something that we should embrace. Other proprietary softwares are doing well because of their click and go effect, but the world is moving on. If you have R, it means that I can use and I can easily transfer my codes to you to also use. You can also transfer your code to me to also use. But the other proprietary software, you won't have it that way. So it's a very big advantage that we all need to embrace in our schools or in our places of work. But when it comes to West Africa or Ghana in particular, R is lagging in its use. And we should ask ourselves very key questions and what we need to do to champion its wider applicability. So the R community, as I said, in my school, we are going to start earnestly. I teach a group of young men and women who are doing data science, and they are doing wonderful things with R from my school, very wonderful topics. I was really thrilled. And I had a lecture with them before I came to join this workshop. And I think it's going to be a cradle around which we are going to build a strong community at Kumasi Technical University. And the challenge of using pirated software for research, we can minimize it if we all come together to embrace R. And in conclusion, R is a well-suited statistical software that can advance social science research. And I want to hammer here that it's not only for model building, it is also very ideal for qualitative research. Just that I don't know much about qualitative research. That's why I didn't highlight so much in my presentation. And it is moving very fast. It's growing into very critical areas of the social science body of knowledge. Dynamic relationships, spatial relationships, whatever it is. R is presenting very wonderful, very wonderful packages to deal with all these issues. And we are aware that big data is really blurring the boundaries in the sciences. So psychology, economics, geography, whatever. The emergence of big data is blurring the boundaries. And R has really stuck its neck to handle data of such quantum and volume. So if you have R, that means that you are prepared strongly to engage the world with your research skills. And it is better that we in this part of the world should brace ourselves for the spread of R. We should make it the game changer in our places of study, in our places of work. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. That was very quick and informative. Any question, one or two questions, and we're able to move to the next presenter. Yes, any question? Is that this one, the information were at our levels, everything was. Yeah, any question? Okay, if there's no question, I said no. Thank you very much for breaking down the information to our level, and I'm sure everyone perfectly understand whatever transpired. So I think quickly we move to our next presenter. The last but one. Yes. I don't know whether Kevin is online. Dr. Kevin. No. Dr. Johans. Okay. Dr. Johans. Yeah, let's confirm whether he's Dr. Johans.
He'll be
can
available after 4. He'll be
Okay.
available after 4. Yes. Austrian time 6:30 thereabouts. That's 4:30 thereabouts.
Okay. Then Dr. Kevin. Oh, he's not online.
Mr. Kevin.
Yeah, so very soon the next presenter will be ready. So let's see whether Dr. Johans able to do his presentation. Then probably we can end the day and continue tomorrow. But as I said, we have the t-shirt stock. Okay, it's for us. You have to wear it to see that you were part of the conference. Okay. So get one for yourself, even for a friend. Yes. So if you don't have the t-shirts, you can't purchase that. Yes, and if you have a question talking about what we have been done. So what we were doing is late last year, we started with some series in beginner level before we paused. Then we were preparing for the conference and the rest. So we are hoping that after the conference, we are going to resume back. And when we're able to really form a proper groups, then we know how everyone is going to present. So it's not going to be just one person presenting throughout the week. So we are going to do a lot of changes. So if someone is ready to present something, then we publicize it. Then you have the opportunity. Because one of the best way of learning is to teach. When I started, when I started, it was the same thing. You be joining the Zoom, you are not seeing anything. And then you go back. But I got to a time that I have to teach. That was when I really mastered everything in R. So we had other trainings also that we ran for our postgraduates. So someone asked the structure of the program. For KNUST here, in the course structure, we teach them biostats. So both the undergrads and the postgraduates. So tomorrow morning, I'll go and lecture before I come. So we teach them biostats as part of the biostat course. Mostly we teach them the SPSS. So for KNUST MedLab, MLT, if nothing at all, you do biostat and learn SPSS. That's all. By the postgraduates, you have the opportunity to do SPSS and also learn a bit of R. Now it's not that R is coming. So probably if you have similar biostatistics courses, so you could see that, in fact, it's likely that most of us are institution, we have a course like biostat or research methods or something. But the content they are teaching, they are still teaching those kind of formulas like old things. This is where you have to bring in these things to make some changes. Even though you have outline, you are teaching them this to this level. Oh, maybe within this particular period of the semester, then you chip in some of the new changes, then you're able to what? Expose them to it. So this, for the start, this is the only way we can bring this out to our institution. If not, the previous outline will be following, and we are not meeting the current trend in the demand. Then they'll graduate, the same thing, they'll come and say that I didn't learn SPSS, I didn't learn R. But if I'm the first person to introduce a concept to someone, the person will remember you forever. That yes, this teacher taught me R. Then you will be the mark in the person's life. I don't know, any contribution, any remark? As we wait for the presenter. From experience, working with R is a bit time consuming. So for example, you want to do a box plot. You know, we can do that in GraphPad easily. You just copy your data there. But R can take you like an hour. Yes. So mostly for work that really you need it for kind of enhanced work, kind of publications and the rest. That one you have to try and use the R. So mostly if you send your work for publication, if they see the R, like you've done some advanced thing with R, they don't know that. It adds authenticity to your work. Now someone can also do high quality work. But because the person one, the analysis is just looking rough, they will just use the news. The work will not sell. And someone just, you really see any significant about how they've organized the results. As soon as someone projects our graph, you see that even if the thing does not make sense, you see that yes, the person has done some kind of nice work. But if you think about it, look at the science before you later judge that the science is not really. So it sells your work very, very fast. Sells your work very, very fast. Yes. So I was happy when I saw Dr. Edmond projecting the current trend. I think it's really a good research. I've been thinking to also look at it in the other way. What is the current publication that they've done? You could see that, I'm sure from 20, when you see a lot of R in the statistical softwares. So you can also go and compare. You can go to a journal, look at the publication they've done. Look at the current trend. Just go to the methodology, statistical analysis. Look at the number of full articles. Then look at SPSS. Those that are using R, then you count them. Then you could see that yes, people are now shifting to the R. You are not alone. A lot of people are moving to the R. Most current publications are likely to use what? R. So very soon you see the old softwares will be fading out. Then if you are not part of the trend and you submit an article, then the editor will see that you are using SPSS. Then you see that no, you are not part of it. It's like you submit an article today, then you say you use Microsoft Excel. The same thing. So if someone data analysis, I use Microsoft Excel. You use at this stage I use Microsoft Excel. So the same thing. There will be a time that if someone mentioned I use SPSS to do data analysis, maybe since you are used to R, you'll be imagining that the person could have used R. But it doesn't mean that SPSS or SPSS.
Kevin is coming, is joining. Kevin is joining.
Okay, so good. We have.
Kevin is here.
Hello.
Hello, yes. Kevin.
Oh, thank you very much. Sorry, I think I'm due to speak at 4:10. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm ready now anyway, so.
Yeah, so you're welcome.
Okay. Will I start now?
Yes. So I think Kevin, data scientist, director of Python era. So I think you can take over.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'm just going to share my screen. Just bear with me 1 minute. No.
Sorry, I just want to share my screen and not now. So I'm going to try that again. Just while I get started, just to say hello to everybody. My name is Kevin O'Brien, and I am a forestry statistician in the west of Ireland. Okay. Now, I hope you can see my slide set there now. Can you see that? R for Agriculture, Ghana Art Conference, Kevin O'Brien 2024?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, okay. So I'll just read it like that if that's possible. I'll just see if I can make it a little bit bigger. 1 second. No, I'll just keep going like that if that's okay. So hello everybody, my name is Kevin O'Brien and I am a data scientist who's living in the west of Ireland. I'm also in London quite a lot. I'll just make that a little bit easier to, oh, it doesn't make it any bigger. Previously, I was part of the R community in lots of various guises, and in the open source data science community, for example, I was part of the YR Foundation. I was their community team lead, and I helped organize webinars. Now, the YR Foundation, it was on a hiatus, and now it's been sort of transformed into a different thing. Also, I was involved in the Python community. I'm actually no longer involved in that. So the director of Python Ireland is now a little bit out of date. And also I was involved in the Julia community as a social media chair. And again, I've retired from that. I've retired from a lot of things. Also, I was previously what is known as a research software engineer in a university. I was originally due to be a PhD in statistics, but essentially my role and my interest just directed more and more towards software. And essentially it just sort of became part of my career, or the essentially core part of my career. I'm based in the west of Ireland, in a city called Limerick in the west of Ireland. And this is particularly relevant to forestry, I suppose, because a lot of the forestry in Ireland is in the west of Ireland. My talk is called R for Agriculture, but I'm going to be very specific about forestry as the key thing that I know about. But a lot of the points I'm going to raise are more about all types of agriculture, or the points I'm going to raise will be sort of generalizable to a lot of types of agriculture, similar processes to forestry. Okay, so just to sort of start off and sort of say that R is very useful in forestry, and it's actually quite a very numerate subject, a lot of like measurement details. Just a sort of quick example there at the bottom is I sort of found that little graphic that you might sort of see on the side of a road near a forest, a pile of logs, but essentially a statistician will see hundreds and hundreds of data points for each log. And this is the sort of, it's actually quite a massive amount of measurement data is compiled and processed on an ongoing basis. Now, I mentioned this specifically because this is one sort of agricultural process, but I know that there are other agricultural processes that have the same sort of intensity in terms of data, okay? Just as a sort of quick remark, within forestry, there's a couple of key metrics. One is the diameter at breast height of a tree. It is the diameter of a tree 1.3 meters off the ground, okay? So that's a sort of a key metric. Another one is height. How tall is the tree? Between these two metrics and also the age of the tree, we can come up with a sort of very detailed picture of the tree and tree growth and the lifespan of a tree from sapling to when it's ready to be felled. You also may include sort of species and locational data. So what we would do with this is we would build growth curves and yield models. Now, that's a very technical term, and for you know, for the amount of time, very technical talk there, growth curve modeling and yield models. I would not be able to sort of do it justice within a very short time period. But just as a remark to say that that is a very interesting sort of approach to take, and a thing to look at as a career young statistician. Something that would also be very important in my analysis, in my work, is statistical analyses and data visualization. Just as a remark, a lot of the things that you would might have learned in undergraduate statistics, if you did statistics as an undergraduate, would be things like experimental design and statistical inference procedures. Experimental design, very famously, was developed in a agricultural station in the United Kingdom. Also, data visualization is a very important tool because you will be communicating a lot of your results to non-technical users. There's quite a lot of R packages that are very useful for this type of work. Now, just actually sort of a remark upon a historical context, because I'm going to make a couple of key points straight away about agriculture and data science. The basis for this is that I live in Ireland and also in the UK, and I would meet a lot of data scientists, and they would be very interested in developing their careers. So there's a couple of points I'm going to raise here, and I'm going to make 2 points very quickly. The first one here is about the role of statistics in human development that goes all the way back to human history. There was Mesopotamians had clay tablets, Egyptians had clay tablets, where they would sort of look at crop outcomes, commerce, receipts, employment, taxation, and so on. So I just actually have sort of 3 quick examples. Now, the point I'm really going to make here is that statistics and agriculture, or statistics and life science, is a universal it has been a universal relationship. It's been a relationship that has been there since the dawn of time, essentially, and will go on to be part of human civilization that thousands of years into the future. Just sort of 3 quick examples. I was very interested in this. The Ishango bone. This is a tally stick that was found in Congo, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and it's essentially some sort of mathematical device known as a tally stick. What exactly it was used for, no one's 100% sure. But just to remark, this is a statistical technique or a mathematical technique that dates back 20,000 years. Okay, now it might be just sort of keeping metrics on, you know, crops or yield or a fisherman's catch in this town. Another one is the Lebombo stick, which is from Eswatini. This is another tally stick, and this is believed to be even older than the Ishango bone. Just one more, because I don't want to get too drawn into this. This is an ostrakon from Egypt, an ancient Egyptian attendance record. So it just looks like a stone with a pile of writing on it. Okay, but it is, in fact, just using some text here, calling in sick to work is apparently an ancient tradition. Whether it's sniffles or a scorpion bite, someday you can't make it to work. As it turns out, ancient Egyptians, employers, kept track of employees' day off in registers written on tablets. A tablet held by the British Museum dating back to 1250 BC, so that's about 3,000 years ago, more than 3,000 years ago, is an incredible window into ancient work-life balance. The 40 employees listed are marked for each of the days off with reasons ranging from illness to family obligations. Now, I'm just mindful of the fact that a theme of this conference is the Sustainable Development Goals. And again, this is a universal topic. These 17 Sustainable Development Goals have been part of human civilization and human development since 3,000 years ago, and they will be hopefully remain part of it. And there was always, you know, work that's going to be done, and work for people on an ongoing basis hopefully thousands of years ago and thousands of years into the future. So that's just a little bit of an ancient history lesson. I'm just going to make some important remarks here before I do any talks, because this is motivated by how I have conversations with career young data scientists. And the expectation and the reality are two different things, okay? So this is a career as a data scientist. This is sort of a Twitter post from about 2 years ago. I've actually kept it because it's still relevant. I was told there was to be statistics. It's all just meetings and documentation, okay? That's a sort of a true for everybody once you sort of like start to go up in, you sort of develop your career as a data scientist, meetings and documentation. But I'm going to be a bit more sort of go into a bit more detail on this, because there has been a lot of people starting out in data science as a career, and there was more and more people joining it. When I started out, very few people knew R or SQL or Python, okay? So it was easy for us to get jobs. But now things have changed, and I think different tactics are required, okay? So my friend's been job hunting for 9 months for his first data role, applied to 80 plus jobs, now nowhere is hiring junior data scientists. And essentially, he's got a lot of it. To cut a long story short, he's got a lot of experience, but now there is no jobs. And essentially, this has sparked quite a lot of a conversation for career young data scientists, is how to develop their careers. So what I'm going to sort of remark upon is a sort of somebody who addressed this topic, and is a data scientist who published an article on LinkedIn about 2 years ago. And so I'm going to just read it out for you, because I think it is very important what he said. Many thousands of people are dabbling in R or Python for a few months and then seeking to get hired as junior data scientists. Unfortunately, there is very little demand for junior data science talent in the current job market. This was 2 years ago, and I don't think things have improved since. I continue. To make matters worse, most aspiring data scientists avoid being pigeonholed into a particular industry. I just want to do data science, they say. I don't care what industry I'm serving. So he continues, like it or not, most hiring managers are looking for people who could solve practical data problems in their own industry. Now, I just highlight that point there, in their own industry. And in my industry, that is agriculture and forestry. So essentially, conveying this to me is, people like me, is that people who have an understanding of forestry. And now, to be honest with you, my understanding of forestry is limited, but I have enough to get by and enough to solve problems. They are more concerned with finding someone who understands them and their problems than hiring an academic who could build neural networks from scratch. There is more demand for analytics professionals who are experts in a particular industry, rather than generalist data scientists who avoids commitment to a particular domain. In fact, I just would sort of remark that you don't really need to be an expert. You just have to have a good working knowledge of that industry, and you sort of commit to that and try and develop your working knowledge of that industry solely, and just, 100% commitment to that. So he continues, my advice, pick an industry that you care about, get a job as an analyst, add your own data science flavor to the role. Within a couple of years, be the expert data scientist on the team. And you'll have a steady paycheck while receiving industry-specific on-the-job training along the way. So I think that's very good advice. And this is where I'd sort of start off with a talk about R in agriculture, is actually sort of make a commitment to work in some particular field and be very good, be very committed to that field, and utilize all of what is available on R and Python and just being able to apply it in that field. So just to sort of, if it's not really relevant to your field, it's interesting, but don't commit to it. If it is interesting to your field, like for example, or forestry, agriculture or forestry or fishing or water quality, spend a lot of time in it, become the expert in it. And I think that is good career advice. And I think that's why people who are succeeding in data science have sort of taken upon this knowledge and are starting to thrive. So just a sort of little, I'm going to sort of skip that bit. I think I've made the point well enough. Now, so in addition to that point, I think actually what you should try and do is just to sort of be indispensable in your job. And I think what you can do, rather than try and, do something really clever, well, doing something really clever is quite good, but something that's also important is actually to sort of being able to eliminate or reduce the effect of lots of boring, tedious jobs. Because every job there is, every company there's a huge amount of boring, tedious jobs. And if you're able to automate them or make these processes more efficient or reduce the amount of time spending on them, that's great. And I think you will be sort of really appreciated in your company. So the takeaway there is learn how to use R to actually make your processes more efficient, how to sort of reduce your workload, how to use your system overnight. I think that's a very good process. I'm going to come back to some of those points shortly. Okay. So I'm just going to sort of like talk about me more specific about what I would do and what R in agriculture or R in forestry would look at. Now, I was going to show a little clip here from a Discovery KIA YouTube channel. So what I have here instead is some screenshots because I didn't know if I would get YouTube working. So here I have some screenshots, and this is a sort of a typical forestry process. So essentially what we have here is a harvesting machine, okay? Picture of a harvesting machine, and it's out in the forest, and what it has here at the end of its boom, which is the sort of the bit that's that reaches the tree. At the end is a sort of a yellow piece of machinery, which is called a harvester head. So what you're looking at here is the harvester head has just sort of reached down to the bottom of the tree, right down to the ground, right to the stump, okay? And it's clasping around the tree, around the stem. And what it's going to do now, it's going to cut that tree down. But the interesting thing is, it's not just going to cut the tree down, it's actually going to start taking measurements, okay? So not only is this device is not only there to cut trees, it's actually to measure them and measure the logs, okay? So here at the first instance, it's taking the diameter right on the ground at the long end diameter. So it continues. It's going to fell the tree there, okay? So the tree will sort of just topple over and we will continue on. What happens now is that the harvester head will be able to pick up the tree, but these things are extremely strong. They are able to pick up these stems, no problem, okay? So what it's going to do now, it's going to pick up the tree, pick up the stem, start at the bottom, and delimb the tree, which is to sort of say, cut off all the branches, okay? Now, it's cutting off all the branches, but what it's also doing is it's actually taking measurements consistently the whole way up the tree, the whole way up the stem. And what it then will do is what we call bucking. It actually starts to sort of cut the stem into desired lengths, okay? So rather than leaving the stem as a sort of single contiguous piece of wood, what it will do is actually start to cut up the tree into logs. Okay, and this is a fundamental process of forestry, okay? And on the whole way through, this is just another example of a harvester head, okay? And it's taking diameter the whole way through the tree, it gets to a certain length. It's very accurate, these machines, in terms of like centimeters. And then we'll saw through again. You just might be able to see the saw there on the left-hand side cutting through the stem. Okay. But you might also notice that there are little gears there that push the tree up and down through the harvester head, but they're also actually taking measurements. Okay. So to cut a long story short, what we have here is a series of logs. Okay. And what we have here is actually, this is just 2 or 3 stems here. Over the course of a harvesting operation, you might be taking thousands of stems, and that may, result in tens of thousands of logs. Okay. And for each of these logs, we would have the log length, the diameter at each end, what we call the short end diameter, and the long end diameter. From that, we'll be able to sort of get a reasonable amount, a reasonable forecast for the volume, okay? Because ultimately you will be, denominating your outturns in terms of cubic meters, rather than, as well as the number of logs. You might be sort of talking about cubic meters, and the product type. For the product type is essentially a large saw log, which is cut from the bottom of the tree, a small saw log, which is sort of further up the tree, or chip log, which is a small piece of wood that really you just make paper out of. Okay, so what are we getting? From the stem, we'll also get the diameter at breast height, and maybe we're interested in the species of the tree, the location, which is to say the GPS coordinates, and possibly the number of products. Now, over a year, you will be talking about, even a small country like Ireland, we don't have a huge amount of forest cover in Ireland. There would still be talking about millions of logs, tens of millions of logs, and tens of millions of stems, okay? Now, what is also interesting to bring into this is the type of other geographical pieces of information. So usually you would know the age of the tree and the species mix. For example, what type of, what species are in the forest, because that would sort of help you explain how this forest has grown, okay? Some trees species work well with other tree species. That's just long and short of it. Soil composition, what type of soil is in the ground? Is it mineral soil? Is it boggy? Is it wet? And also elevation, how close to sea level. These are very interesting pieces of information here. So essentially what we have built here, just using our harvester head, and also, just knowledge of that, about the location, is that we actually have the building blocks for a very detailed picture of our harvesting processes. There's come up a couple of other things we could talk about as well. I'm going to sort of skip a couple of things here, but there's other ways of other key pieces of information that people might be familiar with. For example, the top height of the tree that can be derived. I'll just sort of stick with a couple of key points here. Okay. Now, just actually, if you're interested in this stuff, a very useful website, I'm just going to move on from this, but a very useful website is the US Forest Service. They give a lot of information about how this is done and how measurements are taken and so on. And I think there's a lot of very interesting stuff there. Just in case if you want to look up more about it, this website is very good. Now, so what's going to happen next? So essentially, there is a recorder in each of those harvesting machines. And they will be sort of recording the data, all like tens of thousands of data points. And at the end of the day, or maybe even if the harvester head is connected, has an internet connection, which is possible, that these data points will be uploaded straight away into a database, okay? In many cases, it will be a sort of standard SQL database, like SQL Server, okay? So that's sort of straightforward enough. Usually there's a database system in the company, and really this is probably not the role of the data scientist to manage that part of it. Okay. So essentially, it's good to know where this information comes from, where this data comes from, but essentially your first point of contact with this information might be actually accessing SQL databases. So this is a sort of an important piece of information, important guideline I'm going to talk about here for a career young data scientist is the importance of SQL. I cannot stress enough how important SQL will be in your careers. Rather than learning things like Bayesian statistics or large language models or ChatGPT, which are very worthwhile, but I think actually sort of going back to that point earlier on about sort of sticking with your domain, I think this is an example of how you stick with your domain. Rather than taking trying to learn about ChatGPT or anything like that, what you should do really instead is to learn about things like SQL and databases. Now, a lot of people do that anyway, so that this is probably not news to a lot of people. But there are a lot of people who actually will have very limited amounts or almost no contact with SQL. In fact, the university I taught in, the students would only get about 20 minutes of SQL from me just because I decided to put it in off my own volition. But the good news is you can learn a lot about work. You can work with databases quite a lot with through Tidyverse. There's a lot to learn about SQL and working with databases and authentication and tables and so on. There's a lot of good R packages there. One I'm going to mention specifically is dbplyr, and this is a Tidyverse. It's our studio, our POSIT R package. So just to follow on from that piece of that advice that was given on earlier on with regard by that data scientist, this is one sort of example of something how you would sort of focus on your domain. Now, this actually can apply to a lot of domains here. But so dbplyr is a database backend for dplyr. It allows you to remotely access, allows you to use database tables as if they're in-memory data frames by storing converted dplyr code into SQL. I won't give too much of a demonstration about it because actually the happy thing is that this is actually very easy to pick up. If you know Tidyverse, this is very easy to pick up and get the hang of. There's a couple of things you have to learn. A little things about making connections to databases. There's a little bit of a process there. And there's also a couple of things to learn about lazy evaluation. So there's a couple of little tricks that are, there's a couple of formalities that will be sort of extensions of Plyr or dplyr, but not too many. So if you are not familiar with databases at all, I think this is a great place to start. You will be able to build your knowledge up from that very quickly, and you'll be able to work reasonably confidently and reasonably quickly with databases. Even though you're not a database expert, you'll be able to do what you need to get your work going very fast and progress on to the next thing. There's an expression a lot of people may be familiar with. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good, and this is a good example of it here. You don't need to be a perfect SQL user, but this will get you up to a good level of being a good level very quickly, and you'll be able to sort of achieve results. Okay, you'll be able to extract the data from the SQL database onto your R console and then start working with it and analyzing it. And then you start making progress and you start getting results fast. So very big fan of this. Okay. Now, sorry, I just got a call. Okay, sorry, I was just wondering if we are good. Okay, so Now, I'm going to sort of move on to another thing here. This is very new. In fact, I don't really know a lot about it myself, really. Not enough to give a talk about it. But this has drawn a lot of attention from a lot of users, and it's called DuckDB. So essentially, I actually have started using it as a little intermediate store for very large data files that I download from SQL. And essentially, I have them sort of stored locally as a DuckDB database, okay, on my machine. So essentially, this database system has become very popular, and I do recommend looking at it because it has a reputation now for being very fast at a very fast tool for processing very high quantities of data. I've actually started using it myself with dplyr, and it's very good. That's all I'm going to say about it. Just a sort of few quick remarks. The goal of dplyr, which is an interface between DuckDB and dplyr, is to provide a drop-in replacement for dplyr that uses DuckDB as a backend for fast operations. So it's an in-process SQL database management system, okay? So I'm not going to talk too much more about it. I'm not an expert on it. And in fact, if anybody wants to take a look at that and give a talk about DuckDB and dplyr next year at the next GAN or conference, that's a great idea. I think a lot of people would be very interested. Just a sort of quick remark, all I'm using for this is the API guidelines on the website. And I had a look at this, and I invite you to have a look at it as well, because all the big data sets I'm working with, logs data and stems data that I've just taken from a harvesting machine, I'm using DuckDBplyr to process or sort of hold them as an intermediate storage. And I'm able to sort of get through the analyses very quickly, moving on to very standard tidyverse commands, okay? So I invite you to have a look there at the documentation. So it's duckdb.org and docs API r.html. Okay, it's right down there at the bottom. You should be able to find it by Googling it anyway. So that's one thing. So just actually managing the data. But something I talked about earlier on, this is a very interesting thing to look at. I find that a lot of data scientists come from non-computer science backgrounds, okay? And I think there's something missing from their skill set. And one thing actually is this idea of task scheduling, or known to many people as cron jobs, okay? What you want to do, if you can, is if you have a server system that's running on a 24/7 basis, what you must try and do, or what's a good idea to try and do, is identify tasks that can be run overnight, on an overnight basis. And this is a sort of skill set that is very useful. So I won't talk too much more about it, but I'm sort of identifying a couple of things that I noticed that young people, or young career data scientists, don't know about. And when they do know about it, it's the best thing ever, okay? Now, this is the Microsoft task scheduling system. And essentially what you're able to do for an R script is, I will, let's say, try to process machine log data, okay? Separate to the measurements. This is just more mundane stuff. What I will do is process it overnight. So I actually would use this task scheduler to process log files overnight, okay? And so that they're ready in the morning. Also, I might use it to reload Shiny apps and redeploy them overnight. So there's a lot here you can do with that. So they're essentially just actually how it works is just setting up things called BAT files or batch files. So it's just a very sort of simple setup here, okay? You write a script like this and save it as a .bat file. Then you schedule it using the task scheduler, okay? It takes a while to get the hang of this. I understand that, but it's well worth your time. And it's it really sort of establishes you and adds a lot of efficiency to processes in a company, and you sort of will get the benefit of that in your career. Just as a quick remark, I won't discuss much how to do it because I'm just realizing I'm getting short of time. But there is our bloggers blog post written last year that would sort of describe how to do it. This is something I think you should every career young data scientist should have a look at, particularly ones who are using R, particularly ones who are also using Microsoft systems, because in a company, you probably will have to use a Microsoft system. Linux users will probably say, no, I don't need to do this. I can do cron jobs very easily on Linux. That's good. But unfortunately, you may have a company, you may be working for a company and they do not use Linux. So you have to learn how to do it this way. So that's just a sort of key point there about task schedulers. Now, I'm just going to make one more key point here. So this is where a lot of data scientists and people who are interested in statistical analysis will not go wrong, but they will sort of miss an easy win. Okay. So we just collected lots of data from our data sets. Okay. And how are we going to use it? So will we build machine learning models, very detailed statistical analysis? Yes, we should do that. Very detailed statistical models. That's a good thing to do. But in the first instance, where do you get the easy win? Or where do you get the initial benefit of the data? Okay. Essentially, what you're doing here, like forestry, like many other agricultural processes, is an industrial process. Okay. It will continue on and on and on, hopefully, for a long time. Your harvester heads, your agricultural machinery, you're not buying them for a short period. You want them in operation for years and years and years. Okay. And you want to get the benefit of them because they're not expensive and you want them working perfectly. So I rather than like talking about machine learning or deep learning or anything like that, or I would sort of direct a lot of career young data scientists to learn more about statistical process control. So I'm just going to quickly give a sort of brief history lesson about statistical process control. So just actually after World War II, American industrialists went to Japan to help develop the economy help reestablish the manufacturing base in Japan after the Second World War. Okay. A lot of statistical techniques were built up in American companies before World War II, but they never really took it seriously. They didn't take it as seriously as Japan did during World War II or after World War II. So essentially what happened is, I'll just go on to the next slide here, just to sort of cut a long story short. There was seminars in Japan after World War II where Japanese companies sent their top management to learn about these statistical techniques, statistical process control. And they developed a lot of sort of take a time check there. So I think I'm getting close to time. So essentially what I'm going to sort of say is that the Japanese industrial successes that came after World War II were actually credited or were developed or promoted and helped by developing these statistical process controls to improve quality. Now, why am I mentioning that? Because this sort of line of thinking, I think, is actually, we need to start going back into it. We have much more sophisticated machines now in agriculture, okay? We have harvester heads and other types of machinery that are collecting up lots of data. But essentially, how do we use this data best? In the first instance, it's doing things like statistical process control. We don't have to do exactly what they did. We don't have to use their systems or how they build things. What might work in manufacturing may not work in agriculture. But essentially, the thought processes, looking at processes in a very simple mechanical constant system is a good thing to go back to, okay? So just as a remark, there is an R package called QCC, and I think actually this is something I would sort of recommend to any career young data scientist interested in agriculture. This is just a sort of description of the R package. Now, I won't get into too much detail. I wouldn't sort of get into too much detail about what these individual things do, but it is actually very interesting sort of understand the thought processes, the design philosophy, why you do things this way, why this will benefit. Because that will tell you a lot about your agricultural processes or your industrial processes, okay? So just a sort of a quick example there is a control chart. This is, you know, using very simple techniques, ideas. This is using the normal distribution plus 1, 2, and 3 standard deviations away from the mean, okay? And looking at how the dispersion of values there with relation to that. Very simple idea, okay? Now, so far so good, but what is very interesting about these is the rules that they developed about these control charts. And I think these rules are well worth studying and well worth thinking about. And sort of, can we come up with new rules for the processes that we need, okay? To do this, I think what you need there is a very good understanding of the fundamentals of statistics and the fundamentals of probability distributions. Just a quick example there. This is one of the Nelson rules. This is a process control chart. So essentially what should happen here is that in this process, 9 or more points in a row are the same side of a mean, okay? That's and the conclusion there is some prolonged bias exists. I think I sort of need to talk. I should have given myself a few more minutes to talk about it, but I think I made the main point about it. What I'm going to talk about here is these rules and how the design philosophy behind these rules, what we can learn about the design philosophy and the thought processes, and how we can apply that, and how we will get more value from thinking about things this way, looking at these rules, as opposed to trying to do complicated things like machine learning or deep learning and so on. Machine learning, deep learning, those things are fine. Random forests, they're fine, and you will actually benefit a lot from them. But do that after you developed a very deep understanding of what you have, what you're working with. Okay. I'll tell you what, I'm going to leave it there. There's a couple of things I was going to mention there, but I think I was just going to sort of save that for questions. So I'm just going to stop the share there and take some questions, if that's okay. I think I've run out of time now, have I?
Hello.
Hello, how you doing?
Yes. Thank you very much. Any question? Any question? Those online, do you have any question? Offline, do we have any question? Okay, I think because of time, Kevin, thank you very much for the great presentation. I'm sure if any question comes up, we will forward them to you and you can answer them later on.
Great, thank you.
So I think we'll have the last presenter for the day. It's been a long day already.
Dr. Yohannes, you'll be here in 5 minutes. Dr.
Okay, so
will be in 5 minutes, yes.
okay. Okay, so as we wait for the last presenter, let's quickly check the WhatsApp page. There's evaluation form, Google form. Let's quickly fill that. That's the last thing for the day. So let's quickly pick our phones, go to our WhatsApp page. Then there's an evaluation link. Just tap on it, then you can use it. So those that you are not part of the page, you have to alert us so that you'll be added to the page. So I don't know. Yes. Those of you that are not part, I think you should either WhatsApp me so that you'll be added. Yes. Just send me a DM, then let me just add you fast. Yes. So if you're not part, just WhatsApp me 0240. So that I'll send you the link and you all join. 0240 181 906. 0240 181 906. I'm Eben. Eben, your MC, your coordinator. 0240 181 906. So quickly, let me just. So today, we apologize for the food delay. We hope that tomorrow they will go on time. That was the only thing. Yes. So when you text me, you can also just your name so that I also save your number to keep in touch. So quickly, I'll be sending you your name, the group link too. Sorry. Okay, so I'm just sending all of you your group link. Then you quickly join.
Yes, Dr. Johannes is here.
Okay.
Yes, Dr. Johannes, you're welcome.
Good evening, good afternoon. I hope everyone is fine. And yeah, we had some problems with the time, but now everything has worked out well. So we can, if you want, now start the presentation. Should I share it from my desktop, or do you have the presentation on your screen?
No, share it from your end.
Okay.
But you first introduce you. So, Eben.
Yeah, okay, of course. Good afternoon. My name is Johannes Klotz.
The MC will introduce you.
Okay. You did.
Okay, we have the next presenter, who is a statistician and operation research, demography, OGM research and communication at Vienna, Austria. So he's going to present on using R for exploration of election results in Austria. In fact, we are very honored to have you to present to us, Dr. Johannes. You can go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, so before Dr. Johannes speaks, let me commend him. He actually took a visa just to arrive in Ghana in March for the March conference. And unfortunately, when they were issuing the visa, they gave him just 3 months. And so his visa expired. That's why he's not in Ghana in person to present his work. But he was so generous to be able to cancel the flight. And so we commend you so much for the great love you have for Ghana R. Thank you, Dr. Johannes.
Well, thanks a lot. Yeah, let me say a few words. I'm a statistician. I have been using R for more than 20 years now. I did work many years in the official statistics at Statistics Austria, the national office. And I'm now in a opinion and data research company, in a private company here in Vienna. Can everyone see now my presentation on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. So let me start. Many thanks for inviting me to your conference. The topic is about using R for election outcome prediction in Austria. Now, of course, you all know that election outcomes are regularly predicted before the election takes place by opinion polls. Many companies do this, presidential elections, parliamentary elections, and so on. But what I'm focusing today is a bit a different topic, namely that after the election has already started, but the result is not fully available, but only partly available. So for some cities, for some municipalities, for some election districts in the United States, for some of the states, the outcome is available, and for some others, not yet. Why is it important to have a good prediction of the overall outcome? Because the political parties and candidates themselves always publish figures which are in some way in their own interest everywhere around the world. And so it is important that independent bodies, research institutes, public institutes are in a position to produce accurate election prediction outcomes when the election is still running. This was pioneered by an Austrian statistician called Gerhard Bruckmann. He was dissatisfied with what the political parties themselves published and released during election days. And so he was the very first one worldwide to invent an election outcome projection procedure. And basically what we do is, it is now, of course, a bit more refined, and we use R and we use different software than it was in 1966, but the basic idea is still the same. So the general idea, I will give a somewhat simplified example. Suppose that in a country we do have, or in a region, n municipalities, and say for m of them, the results, the election outcome results are already available. And for the remaining n minus m, we do not have the results yet. The poll is still running, or the count is still running. And suppose we do have k parties, which are running in the election. And it is important we also have to include the non-voters, those who are not voting as a statistical party. So it's important that it is complete. Now, suppose that we denote by a lowercase y the results of the current election, which are available for some of the municipalities and for some not. And let's denote by a lowercase x the results of a previous election, which are, of course, available for all municipalities. And then the basic idea is to find a regression model where we regress the outcome of the current election on the outcome of a previous election, and use the regression parameters to impute an outcome, to predict an outcome for those municipalities where the result is not yet available. And of course, the overall election prediction is then a combination of observed values, those where we do have the count, and estimated values where you do not have the count yet, but estimate an outcome. So to give you a somewhat illustration, a graphical illustration, suppose we have 8 municipalities, so a small number, of course, but it's just for illustration purposes. And suppose we have 3 parties which are running in the election in each of the municipalities. And as I mentioned, we need a 4th party, which are the non-voters. So this is important that we take the difference of the sum of these 3 parties, subtracted from those who are eligible for voting, and then have this 4th column with the non-voters. And in our example here, we have for 6 municipalities, the result is already available, and we have 2 more, the G and the H municipality, where we do not yet know what the result is, the municipal result of the election. But we do have the results from a previous election, say the same election 5 years ago or 2 years ago. And for simplicity here, we assume that the same parties are also running. So in reality, it's a bit more complicated because we might have splits of parties and new parties and mergers of parties. But let's, for simplicity, assume that we have just the same 3 parties here. Then it is quite easy to estimate a regression model where we regress, for example, the y1 on the x values and the y2 on the x values. And based on this, we can find an outcome, an estimated result for those municipalities where we do not have yet the results. And what is important is that this is based on statistical facts, on observed data, and not on political parties, press releases, or candidate interviews. So this is the basic idea, which I guess is quite easy and understandable. It's just ordinary regression models, and it can be done very easily with R, with some packages. Now, as I mentioned, the basic model, this is just a very simple model. In reality, it is a bit more complicated. The first thing is that typically, especially in national elections, the municipalities are not taken as a homogeneous bunch, but we do partition them, for example, into urban or rural municipalities, into industrial versus agricultural, so where we can assume that also voting behavior is somewhat different. And as you know, there are many clustering algorithms available in R, and you can also use silhouette scores to compare different algorithms. So it's very easy with R to partition this, to partition the total of electoral districts. And especially if the number is large, this can provide more accurate predictions. Another thing is that you can, of course, use not just one previous election, but you could use different previous elections, which also might give you more accuracy. However, you have to be aware of the multicollinearity, which then often arises. So it can be a pro, but it can also be a con. If the regressors are too highly correlated, that you may actually have a worse prediction than if you have just used one previous election. And then, of course, we always have the phenomenon that there are mergers and splits of municipalities, that electoral districts are drawn in a new way. In the United States, it's called the so-called gerrymandering. You may have changes in the election law. And my experience is that this is usually handled quite well when you do some weighting of observations. So, for example, if a district has remained the same as before, it gets the full weight. If a district was somewhat altered a little bit, the borders, then you can use a weight of 0.8, for example. And if there is a completely new district where we do not have really comparable figures from previous elections, you might use a 0 weight or a very small weight, basically. And then, of course, you not necessarily need to predict every party outcome in a single regression model, but you can also use a multivariate model where you predict the entire, all components of the Y outcome in one simultaneous way. So we have done this in Austria many times, usually with media corporations, with television programs, which then publish our figures. And I will give you now a very small, short case study with R. It is about the regional election in the Austrian federal province of Burgenland in the year 2020. So it was just a few weeks before COVID-19 started in Austria. no impact on the election yet. Burgenland has 171 municipalities, and what is special about this region is that it has no large city. So the capital, the historical capital, is now in Hungary, and what has remained in Austria is basically small towns, villages. And the polling stations, they close at different times. So it can be that in one municipality, the poll is already closed, and then the neighboring municipality, it is still running. And this means, of course, that at any certain point in time, we do have partial results of the election. For some villages, we have the result, for some not. And of course, over time, more and more of the village results become available until finally we have the complete outcome. But what is important is, what do we predict before we have the complete outcome? The data where the results are already available, they can be retrieved from a web server. So the electoral authority of the region of Burgenland publishes the results, and an update is usually made every 2 or 3 minutes. So every 2 or 3 minutes, you can see that in the published data on the server, some villages are now filled, which were empty before, and over time, more and more rows are filled. So to give you a map of this region, which we have, you see it's it looks a bit like Togo. Yeah, it's very much from the north to the south. We see that there are no big cities here, so it's basically a a plot of very small villages. And the advantage is because of this, we do not need any clustering of observations. So we can use the entire region or 171 municipalities as one single population, and we do not need any clustering in advance. So the overall number of votes is about 200,000. The smallest municipality had only about 70 votes, and the largest had 7,500. So there is not a big city which has a very large impact, a very large leverage on election results. So which R functions are used? Basically, as I mentioned, you do not need any particularly sophisticated packages. It can be done more or less with some R base and some packages which are easily available. I would recommend when you do this that you write a source code, a steering program, which sources the same code over and over again so that you can do this automatically. As I mentioned, about every 2 or 3 minutes you get new results, and it is the best thing just to execute the whole program with one command and then see if something has changed. The data are retrieved with a simple read CSV command, and in this case, the source from which it was read was just the web address where the data are published. So you can use the read CSV. If you need a password, if it is password protected, I would recommend something like a get URL command. Then we left join the current election results with the previous data to get the entire data matrix. And the way we estimated the outcomes was a GLM model where we used the quasi-Poisson family as the linear exponential family, which is used in the election equations. Then you have in R always the predict function, which allows you to get the predicted outcomes of a regression, also where the dependent variable is not available. And then we can simply apply the totals and estimate the accuracy of the overall results with a bootstrap functions. What is important is also when you use R, you always must check the raw data for any inconsistency. It can be that the electoral authorities make errors too. And also before you publish your prediction, you should have a human eye look, is this plausible? Can I have made some mistakes in it? So before I once made the mistake that I gave something to the media which was not properly checked. And still people ask me about this. So always, it's more important to be accurate and to be the fastest one. And to distribute this to the media, we use the write JSON function, which means that you transform the R output into a JSON file, which can then be used very easily, for example, for standardized graphical description. And then we also use the out mail function, which allows you to send emails with results directly to journalists and the media. So we do not make the outcome in R, then copy it into Outlook and send it, but we do everything in one program in R. And this is then steered by the source command. So let us have a look at the how many municipalities we have where the result was available. We see here on the x-axis the time at 12 past 10, only very few municipalities had the count already. Must be very small ones where only about 100 people voted. Then we see that 10:30, about 30 municipalities had the results. And then within about 10-15 minutes, the completeness of the data rises rapidly, and about 11 o'clock we already had the result for most municipalities. Nevertheless, the total votes is of course smaller because the small municipalities are available first and the very big ones at the latest. So this is how the data was completed over time. And we have now the look at what we predicted at certain points in time for 3 of the running parties. There were also a few very small parties, which I'm not going to show you now. So we see that the largest party, which is here drawn in red, The actual outcome was about 46.1, 46.2%. So this was what the party made in the overall election at the end of the day. And you see that our predictions at very early times, when the number of municipalities is very small, they can be quite inaccurate. So it ranged from about 38 to 50. Nevertheless, what is important is that this is not simply the result of the municipalities available, but it is a combination of those where the result was available, plus the predicted values for all other municipalities. And we see that around 20 past 25 past 10, we already were very accurate. So this was just about 0.4, 0.5% away from the actual result. For the second largest party, where the actual outcome was about 42, 43%, it's quite the same picture. At the very early times, when you have only 7, 8, 9 municipalities, you should not publish anything because it is too inaccurate, and also it's also only very small municipalities. But then about when you have 30, 40 municipalities, the accuracy is already quite high. So the rationale behind this is that when the region where the election takes place is rather homogeneous, so there is not a big difference, say, between a large capital city and a small agricultural village, but it's all more or less the same kind of villages, then you can 15, 20% of the overall result is quite sufficient to know quite a lot about the outcome. We also have a third result for a smaller party, which eventually got about 6.5%. And here we see that we overestimated this party a little bit until about 10:30. And then about 20 to 11, we were very accurate. So it was only about 0.2, 0.3% away from what they got in the end. When we combine the errors, so all the errors of the parties which ran in the election, to an overall error. So we say we have error for first party, second party, third party, and then we take the total of this. Then we see that around 20 after 10, we also already had a very good accuracy. And basically, in theory, this should be some kind of an exponential curve. So the later it becomes, the more accurate your prediction is. But we see that here we had some kind of an outlier where accuracy actually got worse. So the error became larger. And this was I wouldn't call it a statistical artifact, but it's something which you have to think about. It is basically that the hometown of one of the leading candidates was included in the result. And of course, the hometown of the leading candidate has a different voting behavior than the average municipality. So because they have their locals here and local support and this. So one of the implications of this would be that the hometowns of candidates should be either excluded from your prediction, or if they are too large to do this, they could be somewhat downweighted. So as I mentioned before, you can weight the observations. You could say hometowns are downweighted because they are not representative of the rest of the municipalities. What is the conclusions of my presentations? So election predictions, first of all, they are important because they come from official authorities, from research institutes, and not from the political parties or candidates themselves. And they can be made very easily with standard R packages. So you do not need any particular knowledge about high-end programming. You do not need any special software with an R base installation and some packages which are freely available. You can do election predictions very easily. And when we have a rather homogeneous region where we do not have one big city which is outstanding, the results for around 30 municipalities are already sufficiently enough for quite accurate predictions. So you do not need to have a large proportion of the overall result. You just need some 30, 35, 50 municipalities. You know quite a lot about what happens in the end. If you do have a heterogeneous area, if, for example, there is one big capital which votes completely different, then of course you need more observations. In large cities, usually you do have electoral districts which can be used. And you have to be aware of some local effects. As I mentioned, the hometown of a leading candidate is a municipality which is not very representative for everything else. Now, how long does this take? In our example, the overall duration, where I said I retrieve the data from the website of the electoral authority, then I have a brief look at it. Is everything okay? Are there some negative values? Then the program runs through, you get a result, you have a quick look at it, and then you submit it with the JSON program as JSON files to the media. It is, in the best case, about 15 seconds. And if you have if you look at it a bit more, it could be 30 seconds. So, but within less than 1 minute from the retrieval of the data from your server until the media can publish the figure on the television program, it is very fast. And nevertheless, the human eye inspection of data must not be kicked out. You always have to have a look, especially before you publish something in the media. And as I learned, and as I would recommend to everyone, accuracy matters more than speed, because being 1 minute later than expected is not a problem 5 minutes later, but having a very bad prediction can be even years after. So yeah, thanks a lot. I hope I could give you some insights on this. As I don't know if in Ghana any election predictions during the election are made by statistical bodies. Would be interesting to get to know from you. And yeah, thanks again for inviting me. And yeah, I'm looking forward for some comments or discussions. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Yes, questions? Online, offline? Any question? Okay. Oh.
Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. It is brief and clear. I think some of us who are beginners with R, you have excited us on this presentation. In your slide 8, I saw you something like, okay, you said line 3, you said check the data for inconsistency and example negative votes. Can you clarify what you mean by negative votes?
Yeah.
And also the data that you need from the electoral authority, how many data sets, like how many years do you consider to be adequate? Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Regarding your first question, inconsistency, when the election takes place, the results are usually transmitted from the local authorities to the centralized authorities, and then they are input in some way into the election result server. And it can always happen, especially when there is very little time and everything has to be fast, that some errors are made when, especially when the result is transferred from the local authority to the centralized authority. So we once had the case that the data which we retrieve from the server, which is the overall the official authority, we had negative votes, which is of course implausible, because a political party can get no vote at all, then the number would be 0, but you cannot get -5 votes. So this is clearly, everyone who has a look at it will immediately see that there is something wrong with the data. Nevertheless, a regression model will work, of course. Even if the data is not correct, it will output you some regression parameters. So this is what I mean. Before you start your main body of your code, you should have a look at the raw data first. Is this plausible? Is this roughly what one can expect? And if not, it's better to maybe call the electoral authority if there is some error in it. And I'm not sure if I got your second question right. So you said how many years you can look. What our experience is that when you compare the current election with a result about 5 years ago, then this is still sufficiently accurate to give you good predictions. So of course, if you would get to a very old result from 20 years ago, it's probably, it will not give you the same accuracy. But when you give the results from from the previous election 4 years, 5 years ago, usually you get very accurate figures.
Okay, thank you very much for the great presentation once again and the response to the questions. So I think we don't have any additional questions, but if any comes out, we will send them to you and you could answer them later on.
Yes, so thanks a lot. My email contact is here on the final slide.
Okay.
So if you do have any more questions about this, then I'm happy to answer it. And yeah, sorry that I could not be with you. I would have been in March, but now I think we also have it online and by video. And yeah, it was a great opportunity to present this to you. And thanks a lot again for inviting me.
Thank you also for being present to present the wonderful presentation to us.
Goodbye.
Yes. Okay, in fact, it's been a long day, and I could see we are all exhausted. Our energy has run out. But before that, there's this key. I don't know if it belongs to anyone. There's a key that has been found. Okay, we will keep it here. So if someone complains of a missing key, then the person can come for it. Yeah, so if I'm not on the page, exactly. So I'll take a pic and put it on the page so that in case someone is looking for it, we can trace it back. Okay, so I think we are already exhausted, so we will officially have to bring today's session to an end. So we have to go and relax, but yes. So by tomorrow on the schedule, it starts from 9, but we have to be here 8:30. Because I want to, yes. So we are starting at 8:30 because we want to finish up. Some of us have to travel back. So we have to be here 8:30, then we start. Yes, we shouldn't go oversleep. It's just we are going on conference, soldier conference. Yes, so fast. So if you wake up at 6, don't go back to sleep and say you are sleeping small. That kind of sleeping. By the time you realize it's 9. So you wake up 6, just shower, then you come here. Then we'll continue tomorrow. So thank you very much for being here, and we'll end with a prayer. Then we can move back to our various rooms. Okay, so I think Pastor Samuel will end with that. Oh, anyone to the reverence.
Shall we pray? Father, we thank you in the mighty name of our Lord Jesus Christ. We are grateful for the energy, the knowledge, and the wisdom that you've received from this conference. We pray that, Lord, you continue to be with us as we break and leave. May you send your holy angels to guide and protect us wherever we go. And may you resource our resource persons so that restore the energy that they've lost so that tomorrow they can continue to serve us. We thank you in Jesus' mighty name. Amen.